Let's have a moment of silence. Let us stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bryant,
Present.
Ms. Bryson Morsberger,
Present.
Ms. Dooley. Here. Dr. Kraft,
Present.
Ms. McKeever, Mr. Morris,
Here.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
and our student rep, Ms. Turner.
Here.
Thank you so much.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move that we approve the proposed agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed. At this time, we will have comments from the community. As you step forth, please state your name and your address, and you will have 3 minutes for your remarks. The first person that is signed up to speak is Derek Hartline.
Hi, Derek Hartline, 1517, Apartment B, Antoinette Avenue, Charlottesville. Dear members of the board and Superintendent Gurley, my name is Derek Hartline, lifelong city resident, 1989 CHS graduate, and an educator in the city schools for the past 27 years. I'm here before you to talk about how we got to this point we are at since the last school board meeting on November 2nd. The turmoil occurring didn't culminate overnight. There was plenty of signs along the way that went ignored. In late January of 2023, the first videoed brawl involving dozens of students was picked up by Main Street media. When asked for a statement, a district spokesman person was quoted saying, "This is not breaking news, and it's definitely not a matter of urgency." This was very alarming to me. At the February 2nd school board meeting, Tanisha Hudson told the board that CHS was out of control with violence. Melvin Grady also spoke that night from LMA, and he was talking about the fighting going on, but now you need him in your night school initiative. At the March 2nd school board meeting, student Allison Duggar pleaded for the board to speak to the students about the violence. These calls for help fell on deaf ears. But why? 3 things come to mind. 1, the board was very busy wasting time over the school renaming process and arguing about it at the same time. 2, the board was way too occupied with the purchase of K-Tech. 3, while collective bargaining was very important and a very hot topic right then, what good is bargaining if the teachers are leaving at an alarming rate? I have attended both listening sessions, and things that have stood out. The vast amount of people who also attended and are here tonight are looking for answers they feel have not been shared by you about the events at the high school. Each of the schools in the system are standing behind the staff at CHS. On November 8th, Jackson Via was informed that the policy revision for renaming schools had an eye toward potentially affecting both namesakes. The guidance counselor and I created a petition approved by our admin to pause the action item for tonight out of respect so that the student support policies could be revised and rewritten instead of the facilities policy. Every staff member, a total of 79, signed in support. This petition also fell on deaf ears, and the message that staff aren't being met or heard is loud and clear. It seems pretty insensitive to have any action items tonight that do not pertain to the safety or the improvement of the conditions at the high school. There's absolutely no good reason this policy revision about naming facilities can't wait until the new year and the new board. Lastly, the next school board meeting is on January 4th, which is only 9 school days away, and 3 of this are when we come back from break. Please do not let down the stakeholders here tonight for a third time. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, it's always the right time to do the right thing. Please do this by removing tonight's facilities renaming policy action item 10.2 from the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartline. Next up is Mrs. Burdell Fleming.
Good afternoon. I am Burdell M. Fleming, and I reside at 102 Antoinette Court in Charlottesville. I am also a native Charlottesvillian and a retired educator in the Charlottesville school system. In that capacity, I was able to be inside the frame and see the picture, and it wasn't always pretty. Today, I stand in front of you as the chairperson of the Albemarle Charlottesville Education Committee of the NAACP. We are very concerned about what is happening. Safety is important, but more so, we would like for the board to be very, very mindful of thinking of reimagining our system where we have to look at how we got to where we are. And some of that is that a significant portion of our community has been overlooked and not really paid much attention to. We're asking you to re-examine as you go along, you can be the agents of change in policies, in procedures, in methodology, curriculum. All those things will be very important in helping us to be able to realign. I want to share a quote with you. It's from John Dewey. He was an educator centuries ago, a reformer, a philosopher. His quote was, "What's best for the best of us is best for the rest of us." Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Ms. Fleming. Next up is Mr. Kale Jaffe. Hope I pronounced that correctly.
Jaffe.
Jaffe, thank you.
Rhymes with taffy. I'm Cale Jaffe, 1853 Edgewood Lane in the city. I'm a parent of 2 current Charlottesville High School students and a parent of 1 recent Charlottesville High School graduate. I think the point at which we need to start is to acknowledge that the loss of those 3 days of learning right before Thanksgiving was evidence of a failure in our school system that the teachers sounded the alarm on. And I thank the teachers for sounding that alarm. What I think the community wants to hear first and foremost from Dr. Gerling, from the school leadership, is an acknowledgement and ownership of that failure to say, that's on me, and pledge to fix it. So how do we fix it going forward? I think one of the most obvious parts of that failure are the loss of teachers that we have seen. A lot of my own kids' favorite teachers, some of them are still here, and I'm thankful for that, but a lot have left to move to other school systems. When I looked online, we have 18 vacancies for faculty and staff positions just at Charlottesville High School. Biology teachers, history teachers. My own child's AP psychology teacher left 6 weeks into the semester, and to date, we do not have a replacement. An AP psychology class for 2 months and going without an AP teacher. Are these vacancies due to the safety concerns that you all have heard so much about? Well, I happened to run into Mr. Pitt on what turned out to be his very last day. I was here at the high school on that Thursday for the fall sports banquet. And he mentioned to me unprompted that he thought we needed to get SROs, school resource officers, back in the building. He also mentioned to me that we need metal detectors at this building. I noticed just recently the Richmond City School Board voted 8-0 with one abstention to add metal detectors to their high schools and middle schools. So where is that conversation? Where was it when Mr. Pitt was here? Where is it now? The key point that I want to leave you with is, and another issue before my time runs out here is I want to hit on is compensation. I know teachers have raised that as a concern. Is that another reason why we've lost teachers? To resolve this crisis right now, what we need to do, we need to think about what do we need to be asking the teachers now and providing them now in December so that they will sign new contracts in this spring, March or April, so that we don't lose even more teachers going into the next year. Stabilizing our faculty, getting these wonderful teachers to stay here, recruiting new teachers to come, having that stable faculty, that is the rock on which we will be able to rebuild this school. And I urge you to look at the source of those problems. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, next speaker is Mr. Quinn Curtis.
Hi, I'm Quinn Curtis, 110 Robinson Woods in the city. I have a 10th grader at the high school, a 7th grader who I hope will attend the high school. I'm also the coach of the speech and debate team here. In fact, the last time I spoke to you all, I was introducing some of our state champion debaters to you. And there you go. And as the debate coach here, I'm in the building a lot and I get to see a lot of the positive things that are happening. I see students who are thriving in challenging classes and amazing extracurricular activities that rival anything that any of the schools in the area are doing. And I'm proud that when I'm here, I'm working with a group of students from many different backgrounds. And when we take them to tournaments, we show up with a team that looks more diverse and is more diverse than most of the other teams that are participating in that activity. It's special that the opportunities that this school has created are opportunities that are available to everyone in the city. But right now, it all feels very fragile. The teachers are the fabric of this school, and that fabric is fraying. Last year, we lost about 20 teachers. The year before that, we lost about 20 teachers. As Kale said, there are 18 open positions. 14 of those positions are for certificated educators. There are people who have left since the beginning of the year. Over the summer, as a cost-saving measure, the school cut way back on overages, which allowed teachers to make extra compensation by teaching additional classes. So a lot of teachers in the school have taken a multi-$1,000 pay cut while students haven't been able to get into the classes that they were hoping to take. And that was before we had the incidents of 2 weeks ago, where the teachers felt they had to shut down the school in order to get their voices heard. I'm deeply concerned of what's going to happen, because surely recruiting teachers to a school that looks unstable, that doesn't have a principal, is going to be harder than it is right now, and we're already struggling. We can't afford to lose even as many teachers as we has lost in past years. It seems like we're quite likely to lose even more. I think the number one priority for the leadership of this district and this board needs to be finding out what teachers need to stay and giving it to them. Otherwise, we risk a catastrophic spiral where we lose teachers that cost us stability, that cost us more teachers. And everything that this community has built that is positive and special about this school could unravel very quickly. And I've been in the building and I've seen that it's something worth preserving. And I hope this board will act now and act pragmatically and act proactively to secure our teachers and preserve what this community has built.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Ms. Janet Miller.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I have a 10th grader and a recent graduate of CHS. So we've been family here for many years. And I've been looking at some of the information because the events that happened in November and the teacher sick out, if you will, that alerted us all to this problem. Before that event occurred, as a parent, I didn't really feel that I had a good grasp on really how deep this problem was of school violence. And so based on the recent listening sessions we've been having, I think one of the things we're missing as parents is real information about how deep this problem goes. And as a community, we stand ready to help in any way we can. That's why we're here. So, there are stats that are publicly available through the Virginia Department of Education. And I encourage all of you here tonight to do your research on that as well and take a look at the information that is there and see how we as a school at CHS compare to other schools and we as a school district compare to other school districts. In looking at the data today from the last 2 years, I took a look at the school behavior and the school behavior reports that they have on the site. And these specifically, I looked at the safety in particular, safety concerns. And when I compared us at CHS to other Virginia schools of a very similar size, I wanted to be fair and look at similar size, and compared us with Albemarle County schools, what I found was over the last 2 years, and of course we don't have this year's data, but in a 2-year period, we saw a 200% increase in safety issues that were reported to the Department of Education. That is very disconcerting. So I'm sure there are probably reasons around that. There may even be, especially with COVID and all of the things that were going on with us coming to school and attendance, there may be other things, pieces of data I need to understand. But I want to make sure that we all have answers to those questions. 200% is alarming. So I'd like the school district to give us some more information on, and transparency really, about what's been going on, specifically at Charlottesville High School. And then I'm really looking forward tonight to hearing about all of the new initiatives. I truly am. But I also want to hear how we're going to hold ourselves accountable. I want to hear how we're going to measure success. It can't just be, we did this really great thing and we're hopeful that it's going to do well. We really need to put some metrics associated with it. And we need to have intervals where we're looking at those metrics to understand if we're on the right path. So that's what I'm asking for from you all tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Ms. Jen Horn.
Good evening, and thank you, members of the school board and Dr. Gurley. Really, thank you. In my 16 years as a teacher with Charlottesville City Schools, I have never experienced a school board and division leader who were more receptive to and respectful of teacher voice. There have always been T-shirts and teacher appreciation breakfasts, much talk about how much we love our teachers, but this leadership team has been active in that appreciation, in that love. This has been true for some time, an example being that teachers expressed concern over cell phones, and a cell phone committee was created. But it has never been more true than in the past few weeks. A reset was called for, and a reset is happening. The 2 days of meetings that Dr. Gurley, Dr. Johnson, Dr. Odie, and other division leaders had with teachers were filled with opportunities for comment, collaboration, restorative practices, and solution building. Since the reset, staffing vacancies have been filled. There are more substitutes. There are plans for exterior doors. There are plans for new hall pass systems in the works. Walkie-talkies have been ordered. Night school has been opened. Restorative student success meetings are happening with even more regularity. There are student celebrations planned for next week. Dr. Johnson will be bringing her considerable expertise to the new position of strategic advisor. Since the reset, Dr. Gurley, Dr. Odie, and Dr. Johnson, as well as other division, school board, and community members, have been in the school every day. They have been positively interacting with staff and students. They have been getting first-person experience with the needs of the school. Perhaps most importantly, the division has chosen an experienced, highly qualified, valuable interim principal to lead our school. Bringing Mr. Leatherwood back to CHS is an incredible gift. Though we will miss Mr. Pitt, Mr. Leatherwood's knowledge and ability is so welcome and will complement our already excellent APs. I do not have social media, but friends have told me things. I felt the need to speak this truth in honest thanks, but also to calm some of those things. I was in the building today, all day, and yesterday, and the day before, and so on for years. Please believe me when I say that I have confidence that this school board, this division, under the leadership of Dr. Gurley, is going to actively address these challenges, amplify successes, and make CHS the greatest it has been. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horn. Mr. Davis.
Good evening, Dr. Gurley, members of the board, Mr. Bryant. My name is Peter Davis, and I am a teacher here at CHS as well. I have a daughter who is a junior here, and my son will be in ninth grade here next year. I'm currently in my 15th year as a teacher here at CHS, and I'm also serving as one of the building reps for the CEA. And over the last decade and a half in this building, I've seen a lot of initiatives, a lot of policies, and a lot of people come and go. And we've experienced a lot of really great highs, and we've experienced some really difficult lows. And I usually don't speak in front of meetings. I'm very much more of a behind the scenes kind of guy, as you all know, because I've sent you plenty of emails over the past while. But I do feel need to say this tonight, that our school community, we can't let off the gas pedal. Like, we got to keep going. I'm so appreciative that all the support for the parents that have been in the building, the school, like Ms. Horn, all the things that you all have done over the last couple of weeks to really get behind us and make a difference. And it really is making a difference. And I think teachers, like Ms. Horn said, we're feeling, you can feel it in the building. The climate it's slowly coming around. And a much needed winter break is coming. We're looking forward to time to unwind. But just because we get a little bit of time away, that calendar flips to 2024. CHS is not hogging the news cycle of all the local media channels. We can't let back. We've got to keep going. Just remember that, like, as the attention span fades from the community over the next little bit, which is going to happen. The teachers, we're still going to be here educating our students. We're still going to be here for the next 6 months of school. We're still going to be here this summer strategizing and planning. We're going to be back in August, and we're going to be here to work with the kids long after the cameras are turned off. But just again, a huge thank you for letting us have that reset. And we all know that a reset doesn't just solve it magically. It gives us a chance to refocus, to roll up our sleeves and get the work done. But I really just want to make sure that, if nothing else tonight, that I'm hoping that all the support that we're getting here, all the people that came to all the listening sessions we had, that if we could have just even a fraction of everyone that's involved in that coming to Monday night's PTO meeting and coming to the PTO meeting in March and April and May, and continuing this energy and this level of involvement, we need it. To echo the emails that we always get as CHS staff for building coverage, it's all hands on deck, and we need everybody. And I just wanted to get that out there, that we just got to keep pushing. We can't let back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mrs. Patricia Edwards.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Pat Edwards. I live at 212 6th Street Northwest. I attended Charlottesville schools, and I taught in this one for 25 years. My last 25 years of teaching were spent here. And I'm coming with a change of pace. I want to speak to you tonight about your renaming. because I am the sister of Alicia Lugo, and Mrs. Rebecca McGinnis was my neighbor. She taught Alicia, and Alicia taught me. And so I come to, I think, congratulate you on your decision to continue to vet the names of the schools, because I truly want to encourage you to continue to examine the lives of those for whom our schools are named. The late Holly Edwards suggested the Lugo McGinnis Academy. She was a fighter who recognized them as kindred spirits, sacrificing much to better the lives of those around them. The names of ideals and places are nice and sterile and safe. But at this point in history, more than ever, we need to remind our children of people who cared enough to give their all for their sake. These two ladies were positive, passionate ladies who were proud of their heritage and protective of their communities, particularly the children, Cellophane and Scene. Please continue. Don't fix what's not broken. And there are those names out there even yet that might be given to some of the schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Miss Alexa Ernest? Mr. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alexa Ernest. I'm one of the representatives from the Student Council and a member of the yearbook staff. I'm here to bring to attention that there are positive, it may not seem that big, but there are positive benefits of listening to music while working, and I request that the school change the policies to allow the use of earbuds, AirPods, headphones to listen to music. I've done a survey the last few days and collected 159 responses from students, staff, and volunteers. 81% of those responses said that they believe listening to music increased their performance, motivation, and focus on the task that they were working on. And there are studies as well which reflect that these benefits can in fact come from music. One of these were from Stanford University. Researchers concluded that, quote, music moves the brain to pay attention, unquote. They discovered that areas of the brain associated with paying attention or making predictions were more active when the music had been playing. Many high school students have a lot of stress or anxiety as well. Either it's about schoolwork or private matters, and music has been shown to have a positive benefit as well in this. Will some students take advantage of this and just tune out the teacher? Yes. Some percent always will abuse what they can. But this is why I suggest that this only be allowed during lunch, hallway, transition, and during independent work, and if the teacher says that it is okay. The research is there. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Warner?
Good evening. I'm Rob Warner, 712 Highland here in the city. Got several things tonight. The high school first. Safety, security, calm. We need it to really come. We've had a bad session here. Interesting short story. My brother heard about it. He lives in Washington State. He called me. I told him what happened. He told me what's happening in his town. The high school nearest his house, 2 students shot so far this year. One on the grounds, drive-by shooting. One in the school with a gun. Neither died. But we all think that's never going to happen anyplace. Well, it is. And that's why we got to keep the calm. One thing, next time our new principal, Mr. Leatherwood, is in the public view, I think as many of the school board members as possible need to be standing beside him, a sign of togetherness, working, etc. I think that'll be very important. Dr. Gurley, I must thank you. I have a granddaughter at CHS. She says she's seen you roaming the halls, making sure there's stability, safety, quiet, and calm. And I appreciate your very personal efforts to make this all happen. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, and I'm going to switch now. School names. Your newest definition that's now on the books is okay, and much better than some of the earlier ones that we saw sort of in draft. One thing, when it comes to naming of stuff, if you step back and sort of look at the rest of America, everybody names stuff for people. I know you're under a lot of stress with this, but you're not alone with having problems with it. It seems like Americans, more than maybe anybody else, does it. But look around, all the things that have names on them, good and bad names, etc. And hopefully that'll give you some peace. As far as the names go, I do not want you to change, please do not change any of the following names: Johnson Elementary School, Burnley Moran Elementary School, and the Martin Luther King, MLK, Performing Arts Center. I know with your new rules you can do it, but please do not do it. MLK is particularly important to me. I don't want to see it go. Thank you.
Ms. Tanisha Hudson, thank you.
Good evening. Whoops. Good evening. Tanisha Hudson. So I just want to take this time to speak on behalf of the Black community who, as we see, many of us are not in this library tonight. 20 plus years ago, I was a student at Charlottesville High School. 20 plus years ago, I had teachers like Miss Pat Edwards, Miss Elder, who are in this very room tonight. 20 plus years ago, there was a shared responsibility model for not only discipline, but also the success of every student in this school. Today, you are lacking that. 20 plus years ago, teachers were going into the community, but the community was also coming to the teachers and the staff and central office. We had people like T. Lewis, who made sure we had all that we need, just like Dr. Gurley. I want to be clear when I say this, because even looking in this room, I can feel the systemic pressure, right? There's so many people that like to point out the bad things that's happening because the media took a, story and made it bigger than what it was. There's always been issues at CHS, but 20 plus years ago was 53% Black, and there was less white students. And now that the demographics have changed based on gentrification, you all are acting like this is a new problem. It is not. But 20 plus years ago, because it was a shared discipline model, the staff, the parents, and the student also worked together to make things better. We're not doing that today. Teachers aren't reaching out to parents. Administration barely reach out to parents. There's no type of working together happening here. And I know that from experience. I've been in these halls along with Dr. Gurley, who is here all the time. So I just want to be clear when I say that we need to stop thinking that discipline is the pure answer for these kids. And you also need to have a shared responsibility model on the teachers that really don't want to deal with these kids. Some of these teachers aren't innocent. They're giving them passes. They letting them walk in the hall when they feel like it. They walking through the hall talking on their phone when they feel like it. They got 6 minutes to get to class. I don't even know if I had 4. Albemarle has 4 minutes to get to class. You can pick the school up and place it inside Albemarle High School. That's how big Albemarle is. They have 6 minutes. Some things need to be changed, I agree, but some things are working. And we're not giving the school board, the administration enough credit. But I also want to add that for the last 5+ years, Charlottesville in itself has been a disaster when it comes to Black leaders, like Mr. Gurley, like Black city managers, or any Black person in position of power. And this is a constant movie of people coming for Black people in positions of power. So instead of coming for them, how about we support them and work with them so that we make Charlottesville and Charlottesville High School a success? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Ms. Como, do we have anyone in the Zoom room who would like to speak?
Yes, and I'll just remind anybody in the Zoom room, if you would like to speak, you could let us know by raising your hand so that we can promote you to panelist and give you your 3 minutes to address your public comment. I see someone listed as Tad Miller. I'm allowing that person to move to a speaking position, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just get right to it. I don't trust the administration to really give a transparent view of what's happening in the schools, specifically at CHS. I just feel like there's a huge lack of transparency of what the reality is. And I'm going to jump in on the phone issue. The reality is phones are the only way we are getting transparency as parents as to what the violence situation is at CHS. I absolutely do not want phones in the classroom. I want them off and away, but they are not hurting anything by giving us as parents transparency right now, because it's the only thing we're getting. We've got to have more data transparency, and we as parents need to know what the situation is for our children. The phones are being made a scapegoat for actually creating violence. That's not the situation at all. The phones are not creating violence. They are not creating a culture of violence. They are just recording what is already there. So we've got to address that issue, and I don't think pouches are in our interest from a basic safety standpoint. If there was ever, God forbid, a shooting in our schools, those phones are a lifeline, and we've got to have access to them. And if they're locked away, that is a terrible, terrible idea. So I'm absolutely against the pouches. If we're going to invest in technology for these kids, that's an investment in their safety and well-being. Let's put vape detectors in all the bathrooms, because that's a huge problem that's not being addressed in your school system right now. And I hear about it all the time. We've got to get accountability for students, and I don't understand where the breakdown has been. And I want some transparency and understanding as to what has happened and what has changed in our accountability. Do kids get punished for doing wrong? There has to be consequences. What is the situation with Lugo McGinnis? Is it full? I don't know. I'm being told that it is full, and night school is a second shift essentially of Lugo McGinnis. We don't have enough teachers for CHS. How do we have enough teachers for a second shift at Lugo McGinnis to take care of these kids? I don't want them to fall through the cracks of the system. They deserve an education, but I don't understand the math of how we're going to have enough people to help them. And a second shift, while great as an idea, is it a reality from a practicality standpoint of hiring the people to serve these kids correctly and efficiently? I don't know these answers. I need to know.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there anyone else in the Zoom room who would like to speak?
Once again, if you'd like to make public comment at this time, you can raise your hand in the attendee gallery. There will be another opportunity for public comment at the end of this board meeting.
Is there anyone else in the room who would like to come forth and speak? Please state your name and address. 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm Becca Cole. I live in Brandywine Drive in the Greenbrier neighborhood. I have 2 elementary kids, and I actually I already said my thank yous to the school board and to Dr. Gurley earlier this week. I think you guys are doing a really good job of listening and responding to this whole situation. I'm up here because I want to talk to the audience, actually. It's a recurring theme for me to hear people who show up at the school board meetings because there is a single issue that they care about. There's one thing that has sparked major concern, and so they show up and they come and they speak and they care and then they leave. If you really care about what happens in this school system, I have no mic. Am I back? Okay. If you really care about what happens in this school system, you should be paying attention all the time, not just when the media picks up on some disaster that's happening that is not as big as it probably seems like on social media, especially. We have to pay attention and we have to be involved in the entire process. And if you're here in the building and you come to the meetings, you'll see just how hard this administration and this school board is trying and how well they are listening. It's just unbelievable. And I'm actually a little emotional right now, but I get very emotional frequently watching how hard they try to address the issues that we have. And I think another thing that everybody here needs to keep in mind is that we only have so much control. Our funding does not come from our community, and not enough of it. We need state funding. We need power over these decisions. And if you could maybe apply some of this energy that you're applying to this one specific issue to the issue of education as a whole, and go and yell at the state and say, please fund our schools, because it's ridiculous. Yeah, it would be great to pay more teachers, pay teachers more, have more teachers. That's fantastic. Where does that money come from? We need the state to pay attention, and the state is only going to pay attention if people yell at them. So please continue to show up to board meetings, show up to PTOs, be involved, come as much as you can, but also focus some of that energy on the state and try and have them help us out too. So thank you to everyone and have a good night.
Thank you. How many more speakers do we have in the room? Please come forth and state your name.
Good evening. I'm Paul Reinhardt. I live at 1605 Oxford Road. I have a 9th grader here. I'm just going to leave you with a quote. This fighting isn't going to stop until someone gets killed. My 9th grader said that back in on 16 November. I'm not going to talk about the truth of that, but the perception is out there that this is getting worse in an age where anybody can get a gun. I would hope that as you guys are deliberating about what to do with policies, discipline, et cetera, that you don't let up, as someone else said, on the importance of dealing with this. Complacency.
I'd like to hear
kills.
public comment. It's going to be a while.
Pardon me? Okay. Don't let up on the focus of security. I also think that somebody raised in the previous meeting, you have, if these are refugees from Afghanistan, they're bringing trauma with them. Things that are probably well outside the skill set of your counselors to deal with. Let's take advantage of UVA. Let's take advantage of psychologists or psychiatrists to help them through this so they can learn. But in the meantime, the safety is the thing that certainly has gotten me here. I think the safety aspect is what brought a lot of people to the 2 previous meetings. So please don't let this slide by and don't just get complacent with what we're doing before. We're just going to keep doing it. We'd like transparency on exactly what you're doing. We'd like transparency in what's changing with your policies. And that means telling us exactly what has happened in our schools. You're not violating due process rights by not naming people. If you just say, we're closed because there's group fights, we'll get back to you on what we can do about policies. But transparency means telling us the bad news, and I hope you do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Good evening, y'all. My name's Nick. All right, that's as high as it goes.
So I just wanted to say that one of the things that I've been most worried about is that, and I share this concern, I think, with other folks, is that we're going to lose momentum, that we're going to do what Charlottesville does really well, which is talk the talk, and we'll have some listening sessions, and then it's just going to. So one thing that I hope that the school board can do is at least make sure that we have baked in the next couple months after winter break, ways in which people can continue to do this work, that we can continue to have conversations, and that as part of those conversations, there can be a dialogue between different community members to say, okay, we're talking, what else are we doing? What else are we doing? In addition to the school board meetings. And I think that they need to be more accessible than the listening sessions have been. There was a listening session where there was a mother, I believe, and she struggled to speak English. She did a wonderful job of presenting her perspective. But some of these issues that are affecting Charlottesville High School and Charlottesville City Schools involve folks that are from communities where they may not speak English great. And we need to find ways that we have interpreters that are present in Pashto and Spanish and other languages so that they can be part of this conversation. Right now, this is in English only. How can we include those voices? Because the fight that was in this library, right over there, there was racial and ethnic dimensions to that fight that tie to tensions that have existed in this community for a while. And I think y'all can turn to city council to ask for how can we have in different neighborhoods, maybe at the community centers, some of these conversations. How can we bring in other people that are in the community to have these conversations to get to some of the more fundamental issues that are at play, that are bringing these tensions into our schools. Secondly, I would like to point out that one of the biggest issues, as we all know, is that we just don't have enough people in the building. And right now, y'all have been stepping up. You've been showing up. We have had volunteers. Dr. Gurley, of course, as has been pointed out, you've been coming almost every day or maybe every day. But how sustainable is that? And yes, we got more people. We got some people for the next semester. But even when we were at resetting back to normal, if that's our goal, that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. We need a couple more CSAs. We need a couple people that can support admin with restorative and mediation conversations. We can't just have Mr. Garrity or Dr. Garrity come in when he's free and not helping another school. Bianca Johnson, who y'all had come in and help us have restorative circle conversations. Can she work just at CHS? Can we get someone or a couple people like her just at CHS so that admin are more free to help with consequences when those conversations don't lead to something? Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Mr. Como, do we have someone in the Zoom room? Okay.
Yes.
And then we'll get you,
Okay.
Leslie, after the Zoom person.
Sure. There was Laura T had her hand up. I'm just trying to find her now. Laura T, if you still would like to speak, let's get your hand up. I see it now. And you will have 3 minutes to speak. The floor is yours. Just go ahead and unmute so that I can adjust your volume for us to hear. There you go.
Okay. Hi. Hi, Laura Santiago. I just want to genuinely thank everybody who's sitting up there and remind myself that the time that you give to our schools, many of us speaking wouldn't be willing to give a fraction of that. So everyone up there, thank you. I tend to, write letters and be involved at a different level. But the reason I'm speaking today is in case any teachers are listening. Over the past years, in terms of education reform nationally, but also our local reform, it's been really interesting to see the voice that people have that seems to just shout over the teachers. And this has been the first time since I've been involved, 3 kids in different city schools, that I've seen the teachers start to have a voice. And so I'm here so that they know that I will support them, and I'll support them even if it doesn't help my child, because the teachers are the school and they're everything. And that we've lost that somehow. I'm not sure how. none of us would want to go into a work environment where we're hurt. Some of us have, some of us have been hit at work. Everybody deserves a safe work environment, and teachers are no exception to that. I don't know when we started thinking they're an exception. I think the last speaker, I will just say I speak on behalf of myself, not a group, because even though I do have a mixed family and half immigrant Spanish speaking, each member of a group has their own opinions and ideas, and I don't say that I represent all of them. But I do think listening to the Afghani mother speak at that last meeting was priceless for us all. When we talk about trauma and the fact that she spoke in support of a more structured environment, not a less structured environment. And she's the exact person that we often talk about, needing to exemplify. So I would say, just be aware that there are voices that aren't here. I know you know that, but it's just hard to get to those voices. I speak only for myself. I don't speak for that community. I speak to support the teachers, and I'm happy to do anything in action that supports them. And I just want you guys to hear that that's really important to a lot of families. We hear the teachers. We're there for them. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. I think the next speaker, Leslie, was Ms. Nakar Walker. Then I'll get you. Oh, you want to, okay. Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
Hi, my name is Leslie Harris Scott, and I had not planned on speaking, but I'm so compelled. I live at 943 Charlton Avenue. I have been in Charlottesville all my life. I attended Venable, Greenbrier, Walker, and Charlottesville High. I'm a 1985 graduate, a proud 1985 graduate of Charlottesville High School. I want to say that I think that as a community, we need to really come together and stop picking apart on the negative and focus on the change and stay focused on that. I think it's easy to get sidetracked. Dr. Gurley, I support you, and there are many in the community that support you and this school board. We know that you all know there's a problem. We know that you care, and we know that things are going to change. So there are many of us who do not feel like, are they listening? I know you're listening. And I want to speak for those of us who in the community know that you are listening. I want to comment, my son is also a graduate of Charlottesville High School, and he is an engineer for Columbia Gas, and I'm very proud of him. Mr. Leatherwood was his principal, and so I want to say that I know Mr. Leatherwood is going to do a good job. He's a good man, he cares, and he will listen. He doesn't need anybody coming at him with a negative attitude. When you come, please come with some solutions, because that's the way change gets made. I also want to say that it's really important for us to work with the young people who have been involved in these fights. Obviously, there's trauma there, there's social emotional issues, and I'm a licensed professional counselor, so I'm speaking my ease right now. They need the help with counseling, with therapy, with the restorative justice, and I know y'all are gonna do that. These kids are gonna get help. Now, I wanna say, my nephew, who I have legal custody of, he's at Lugo McGinnis, and he's doing really well there. He went to Ivy Creek, and it was not good. He's at Lugo McGinnis. Mr. Trotter is the salt of the earth to me. That man is doing a great job. The teachers there are just they're just outstanding. And I want to ask you, my request is that for the night school, that they get all of the help that they need, so that the kids that have to come there, because not all of them want to be there. My nephew is there because he just don't want to go to school. He doesn't like school. He's got social anxiety and other issues from trauma. And so therefore, we got to look at all the children, and we got to think about all the children from AP to whatever. I don't even know what it is these days. But I want to encourage you all to stay strong and keep the faith and don't give up. And for people in the community, if you got a complaint, come with a solution to go along with that complaint, because that's the only way it's going to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Ms. Walker.
Good evening. Nakaya Walker, 1998 graduate of Charlottesville High School. I've had 3 kids go through this system, graduates 2016, 2018, and 2021. So I know some of the teachers that are still in the building because it was very recent. And currently, I have a niece who's a 9th grader, my brother's daughter who's a 9th grader at CHS. So still have the commitment, the commitment to the community because my own family has been through the system and present, but also because I view all of our kids as my child, as we all should, and hopefully do. I have been alarmed over the past few weeks at the outcry by the community. It is a typical outcry from the Charlottesville community to place blame and stereotype and speak negatively about the most vulnerable citizens in this community. It is not to make excuses for anyone because we all send our kids to school with the hopes that their futures are brighter than ours have been to date. And Charlottesville hasn't done, before this administration, when we were in school, the best job at educating Black students in this community. The reason I fought so hard for social programs when I was on council is because a lot of times it has nothing to do with lack of brilliance. The kids we're talking about, they are brilliant. If you get to know them, if you talk to them, there's so much vibrancy in their lives that the trauma that was just talked about, it suppresses. That is a community effort. The school can't do all that work on its own, but when they walk through that door, the individuals have a lot of trauma that they're dealing with. So before there's an expectation that they can sit down and read a book, learn and grow, we have to understand that we have to meet those needs. Not label them, not make the school a prison, as people are talking about metal detectors and other instruments that are along the lines of criminalization. They haven't worked in other places. There's still shootings in those places. There's still crimes in those places. And so we have to look at a community, hopefully is ours. We're failing at it. We start and then we stop, but we have to look at the root causes and can we really tap into those causes? When you talk about a situation like the brawl in the library, no teacher wants to come to school and to work and leave injured. We know that, and there shouldn't be an expectation. But the community also created that rift. Years ago, when the IRC started bringing families into this community, Black families were displaced. So the students that you're talking about today, even if they can't articulate why there's a rift, they heard things from community leaders and providers that it's so much easier to help families that are coming into the neighborhood than Black people who've been here forever. I've been a part of some of those conversations. If you go into the neighborhoods where Black people have predominantly been the majority of, that are now, they're not in the community, they've been replaced. And they heard through that replacement that they were not, if they had been number 1 before on the list, they were moved down the list. So other families replaced them just because of agreements between leaders in the community. So we have to understand that leaders, when we create the battles that our students are now fighting, and I hope, because I know I'm out of time, that as we come up with solutions, because our kids deserve a vibrant education and we want them to learn and grow. We don't want them to graduate with diplomas that don't mean anything, and we don't want them to not graduate. But I hope that they're not used as scapegoats for communities that, members of the communities that don't care about their futures. And we have to acknowledge that we do have some of those members here. So I implore you as a school board, I understand the pressure, I've been under it, but I hope that you consider that you all can go off and get other jobs. The kids and their futures depend on the decisions you make. And I hope you make it as if someone were making it for someone you love. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. We have someone on Zoom.
Yeah, I have someone listed as Melvin Grady, and Melvin, I will push the button to allow you to talk, and just please state your name formally for public record, and you have 3 minutes.
You can start, Melvin.
You go ahead, Melvin. We cannot hear you at this time. Yep, I see you're muted, and when you unmuted, we were not able to hear you. Perhaps you could check the microphone that's being used and see if that's on, and then we can try to let you know.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I just wanted to bring this up. I'm at 238 Hartman's Mill Road. I'm from Charlottesville as well. Went to school at Greenbrier, Walker, CHS, and UVA, all the good stuff. Pete, my community college. I just want to say one thing. I don't like the division. Okay. So I'm trying to be very clear. I'm at work right now. I'm an employee of Charlottesville Schools. I'm at the night school. I just want to say one thing about the media and some of this stuff that's being said about Luke McGinnis and the night school. If you don't know, please stop putting your 2 cents worth in, especially when it comes to negativity. I'm here. It's not trenches, but I don't know many, but I'm here at Luke McGinnis teaching my 3rd year now. And we just started night school. I'm not representing night school as far as I know Mr. Trial is going to speak later. I just want to say that I am here. I'm in the trenches with the kids and the teachers and whatnot. I know what's going on. There's good things going on here at this school. So those who are, I would say, naysayers, please get your facts together first before you start shooting shots at someplace you have no idea what's going on. You do not. You are not here. I am here. Others are here. So I'm giving shots out to Luke McGinnis. Thank you for the school board and everyone who spoke in support of Charlottesville High School and the whole system. But please, media, stop saying things that you do not know because you're hearing this or that. Please ask the questions to the right people and get the proper answers. But I'm here and there's good things going on at the alternative school and the new night school. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. So we do have someone else in Zoom. Okay. Two more. Okay.
I have MJ Smith listed. MJ Smith again for, you just lowered your hand, MJ. Could you please raise it again? Okay. Here we are. MJ, you have 3 minutes. Just as a matter of public record, please state your name and address for that, and you have 3 minutes.
This is MJ Smith, and I live in the Fry Springs neighborhood on Todd Avenue. I've been listening to this and attended many meetings in person and on Zoom, and specifically to the concern about increased safety at the school. At the UVA hospital, to go to the emergency department, we pass through a metal detector. To go to see a basketball game at the JPJ or a concert, we go through a metal detector. To fly in an airplane, we go through a metal detector ad nauseum. I acknowledge the worry about the school environment becoming an incarceration environment. I disagree, and I think that this is the reality of the world that we live in right now. And the path of least resistance would be to deal with the lax gun control situation we have in the state of Virginia and across the country, and at least mitigate weapons, bullet weapons coming in to our schools. And that's my only comment.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the Zoom room?
I do have somebody listed as concerned parent. Would you please, when we allow you to speak, please
State your name.
State your name and address for public record. And you should be unmuted at this time.
Hello, thank you. I'll just give my initials. They are DB. This afternoon, Amanda Corman put out communication to parents regarding FAQs on the CH City Schools website regarding discipline, including a discipline dashboard. And what I'm wondering is if they've also responded to the Charlottesville Police Department, because this afternoon at 4:39, NBC 29 reports the Charlottesville Police Department is asking city schools for more information about an alleged sexual assault that may have happened on one of their campuses. It's an incident investigators heard about, but not from the schools, as would be required. Police Chief Michael Coaches says he and Commonwealth Attorney Joe Plantania have sent a written request to the schools for more information. In it, they also remind the schools that any reported sex crime on campus has to be shared with them. It's all about the kids and keeping the kids safe, Chief Coaches says. I can tell you through my conversations with Dr. Gurley, there's nothing he takes more seriously than keeping the kids safe at the schools he's charged with. And so I have no doubt in my mind he wants to do just that. The police chief says he's been working to set up a time to meet with Dr. Gurley to learn more about the alleged incident. I am also looking forward to hearing more about this alleged incident.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Ooh, I'm Maggie Hafey. So to be honest, my friend brought me here today and said, Maggie, please don't talk, because I've talked a lot here. I have said a lot of what I need to say, so I'm gonna keep it short. I will gladly talk to literally anyone if you want to know how I feel about this, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm here to say thank you to a few people who have been supportive of me, my peers, and my classmates in the building. Many of which are in this room: Dr. Odie, Ms. Swift, Dr. Johnson, Dr. Gurley, as well as a lot of the teachers that have been working insanely hard for the well-being of their students, and that's what needs to be recognized. Ms. Horn, Mr. Gore, I see you over there. Miss Charmaine Williams. I mean, there's so many people in this school, which are the reason that I go to CHS and the reason so many people do. There have been countless efforts made by a committee of teachers to make a kind of a fun BKT next week, to have a spirit week next week. There are so many positive lights in this room and in this school that need to be acknowledged. Yes, as people have said all over the media, teachers don't get paid enough to, break up fights. They don't get paid enough to devote their lives to the well-being of our students. And to be honest, I know a lot of people don't want to hear it coming from me, but on a personal level, I'm just really grateful for a lot of the support that I've been given. Dr. Johnson, I don't know if she's here. That girl is always in the hallways saying hi to every single person. There's so many people like that that really need the credit, and that I think everyone needs to say thank you to. So thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mandy. Is there anyone else in the Zoom room? One more person in the Zoom room.
I have a
Please
person
state your
listed as Lisa Green. Lisa, when I hit allow to talk, please state your name for the public record. And you should be able to unmute at this time. We are not able to hear you, Lisa. I see that you've unmuted, but we're not picking up your microphone. We'll give it one more try to see if you can go down to the microphone icon on your screen and see if you can select a microphone that we can hear you from.
If not, they have an opportunity to speak later on in the meeting. To work
Can
out
you hear?
their-
me now?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay,
We can hear you now,
Okay.
yes.
My apologies for not being there. Lisa Green, 216 Chestnut Street. I just had a little surgery today, so I'm sitting here one-handed. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. First off, I'm the team director for the mountain bike club there at the high school, so I'm very involved with several students at the high school. And yes, there's a lot of good things. I want others to be perfectly clear that some of the parents that are standing before you, including myself and my wife, this is not a media. We are not taking our advice from the media. we are listening to the students that are in the school. I have a 15-year-old sophomore and a senior at the high school. The information that I am speaking about comes from the students in the school. And so while they are not directly involved in some of the activities, they are affected. And so I also, as a part of the mountain bike team, we have several members, and I want to thank, we call Nick, or affectionately known to us in our household as Mr. Mister. But I want to thank him for his words, because we do have some folks in our IRC communities that do attend a school that are affected by this as well. And I appreciate the opportunity, or his ideas for bringing up some translation opportunities for people to be able to speak and be heard. So that's all I wanted to say is, when I did not listen to my kids early enough. So my apologies for not being in front of you sooner, because this has been something that's been going on for a while. And I, as a public official, I sometimes like to let things work its course and work through. And so, but we're at a place right now where when the teachers have to call us sick out to get heard, we're at a critical mass point. So I hope you take that seriously. I will see you all in January. And I apologize for not being with you today, but thank you for the time.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Keisha Lashley, and I live at 1030 Wesley Drive. And so first off, I just want to say thanks to everyone who's here and everyone who's a part of this conversation. My situation is a little bit different from other people in that we live in the county and we bring our children to school in the city. And there's a very specific reason why we do that. For one thing, we started off with, my son is here at Charlottesville High in the 10th grade, and he started off in one of the county schools, and it wasn't a very good fit. And part of the reason why we're attracted to the city schools is because of the level of diversity that's represented in these schools. And there's racial diversity, there's also socioeconomic diversity. And of course, that brings with it all kinds of challenges. But I think we have an opportunity to, if we can figure this out, it's an interesting social experiment. And I think we have an opportunity to be stronger for it. It's in so many ways, what we're experiencing right here is a microcosm of the world. And this is part of the reason why I want my children to have this experience. In the past few weeks, I've heard a lot about the need to engage with the teachers. I agree with that. I'm a teacher myself, I'm an educator. And I believe that that is critical. We have to support our teachers. We have to figure out what resources that they need so that they can be here and thrive in their jobs and they're not constantly putting out fires. We've also heard a lot from parents. I don't know to what extent the voices we've heard are representative of all the different parent groups. The one voice that seems to be very silent from these conversations are those of the students. And they're young people. In a few years, they're going to be in college. In a few years after that, they'll be in jobs. And they have a lot of opinions, and they also know what's working and what's not working. And I think it's a missed opportunity to not engage them in the conversations, because I think that there's a lot that they can contribute. And so I spend a lot of time thinking about stakeholders and how to engage with different stakeholder groups. And it seems like the place where we're at right now, we're reacting to many symptoms of a problem. And I don't know what the problem is. And of course, there are people who have been in this community much longer than I have been. And so maybe you all have a better sense. But I get the sense that it's much deeper than, so kids are fighting, why are they fighting? I mean, maybe it's because there's trauma, but why is there trauma? And I think if we can get to the root cause of why some of these things are happening, why did the teachers call out sick? maybe part of it is violence. I think we're jumping to a lot of conclusions. So maybe there are other things, lack of resources, et cetera. So again, I think we have an opportunity to really bring multiple stakeholder groups and not expect that the students are children who are incapable of speaking up for themselves, because they are. We keep referring to them as kids. They are kids, but they're also I would maybe even go so far to say that they know a lot more at their age than I did when I was their age, because they're exposed to so much. So I'm out of time, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, at this time, we will move to the next item on our agenda. If you'd like to speak later on in the meeting, you have another opportunity to do so. This time, special recognition from Ms. Chuck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The last time I will call you Mr. Chair and members of the board and Dr. Gurley. Before I move on to recognitions, there was a question earlier about a news article that was on tonight. And so while we're not going to be speaking to specifics about the issue, I do want to read just our statement so that if any folks have questions about how we handle any allegations, that you can understand a little bit more about the process. And my computer just died, and so I'm hoping Dr. Odie, I just shared a document with you. I was afraid my computer might die, so I made a last-ditch share. Our policies and practices are in alignment with Virginia State Code and Virginia School Board Association policy. We take any reports, even third-hand reports, of sexual assault seriously, and we follow our policies, procedures, and legal obligations with fidelity and in careful consultation with legal counsel. Charlottesville City Schools is in contact with the police department to address any concerns they may have and to continue strengthening our working relationship. Because of confidentiality considerations, we will not comment on any specific situation. Thank you. Are there any comments before I continue?
There's been a motion.
Just want to move I was just wondering if you all would mind if we do the 7.2 later in the evening, like around 14.1 or 14.2, like we can do it after the comments from the next comments from the community, if you guys would mind that. I'm sorry.
She wants to move the.
If we can move the 7.2 to 14.2.
That's fine.
All right,
You all
I'm going
agree?
to make a motion that we change the agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
But I will continue with 7.1.
Yes.
This is a completely different change of topic, and so we're just going to take a deep breath. But one vein of comment that we have heard from the community is that even during challenging times, they still want to lean into the joy. They still want to remember the good things that Charlottesville City Schools is doing. And in this case, we'll have to remember a long, long time ago. But Charlottesville City Schools is going to set a historic wrong right this Friday night. So on Friday night, I would like to invite the community to come cheer on the undefeated CHS boys and girls basketball teams. And while I love a basketball game, something even more than 2 regular season games will be happening this Friday night. We will be honoring the 2001 CHS Women's State Champions. And yes, you heard that correctly, 2001, more than 20 years ago. After a magical, undefeated state season and a state championship to wrap it all up, these women did not get the celebration, the respect, or the rings to which they were entitled. So this Friday, thanks to the advocacy of champions Morgan Smith and Donna Churchman, and with the full support of Athletic Director Andy Jones, we are going to fix that. And before we celebrate these state championships, Charlottesville City Schools owes them an apology. So, on behalf of Charlottesville City Schools, please accept our apologies for not celebrating you
and not lifting you up in that moment or ever since then. We hope that Friday night is wonderful. That team was amazing. You women are still amazing. Thanks for representing Charlottesville High School so well. This celebration of these state champions will take place between the boys and the girls game. The girls game is at 6 o'clock and the boys game is at 7:30. You can buy your tickets online at gocville.org. Thank you.
Congratulations, CHS Girls Basketball Team 2001. The next item on the agenda is the adoption of the consent agenda.
I
Okay, is there a
move
motion?
that we adopt tonight's consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passed. The next item we have is disclosure item. Ms. Dooley.
Yep. I, Emily Dooley, declare that I have a personal interest in a transaction of the Charlottesville City Public Schools for the reasons set forth below, but I believe I may participate in the deliberation and voting on the transaction as permitted by Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3112B1 and 2.2-3115H. Specifically, one, the transaction in which I intend to participate is a vote on fiscal year 2024 budget amendment and authorization of an additional 2% increase, which includes pay to my spouse, a social science teacher at Buford Middle School. Two, by way of my association with my husband, I'm a member of a group of 3 or more, all employees of the school board, the members of which are affected by the budget, financial deliberations, and approval. And I'm able to participate in the budget deliberations and vote fairly, objectively, and in the public interest. The full disclosure statement was filed with the Charlottesville City School Board Clerk on February 22nd, 2023, and will be reflected in the public records of the Clerk of the School Board for 5 years.
Thank you, Ms. Dooley. Next on the agenda, we have 2 action items. Ms. Renee Hoover.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Gurley. Before you is an action item to amend the FY24 budget for additional state funding that we received to support the additional 2% raise. Last month, a presentation was given to you on these 2 items. And before you right now is an action item to amend our budget for the additional 2% compensation increase and the all-in funding, and then to authorize the additional 2% raise for teachers and staff.
Okay, is there a motion?
Yes, Chair. I move to amend the fiscal year 2024 budget in the amount of $1,163,914 for additional state funds for a total amended fiscal year 2024 budget of $107,957,902.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed.
I move to authorize.
There's another motion.
That's another yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is this, you have 2?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
I move to authorize an additional 2% raise to teachers and staff effective January 1st, 2024, as adopted in the state's amended budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoover. I think it's Dr. Odie.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Gurley, good evening. During the November 1st board meeting, I introduced a policy revision for FFA, naming of facilities and grounds. In response to feedback received, we are proposing a revision to our recommendation. Our updated suggestion is to preserve school names while utilizing a process to rename a school or grounds if at any time the school board deems the existing name inconsistent with its vision, missions, goals, and values. The recommendation specifies that no new facilities, rooms, or grounds should be named after individuals. At this juncture, the superintendent advises that you consider taking action on this matter.
Okay, is there a motion?
I disagree. I would move this without the no new facility, rooms, or grounds shall be named after people. So I will move this, but without that sentence.
Is there a second?
It's an amendment, so that's fine.
Any discussion?
I think part of the 12 years that I've been on this board that has been most significant have been the names, the naming of the facilities that we have done, the football field and Lugo McGinnis. And I just am, I remember seeing Miss Lugo at the opening of Lugo McGinnis, and it, wait, was she there? I'm sorry. Remind me. Anyway, she may have been there, but it was before it was either right before or right after she passed away, and it was just so moving. And
Miss Rebecca McGinnis, is referring to?
no, Miss Lugo.
Alicia Lugo.
Yeah, was she at the opening?
No, I think it was at the opening.
Yeah.
Alicia had passed by that time.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. It was, I remember when I was campaigning initially, I knocked on her door and it was just such a privilege to meet her. So anyway, I just remember her presence in this community, and also the football field had the same, we had a big conversation about naming the football field. And that's why we ended up naming it after two people. And it ended up, we had one nomination, and me and Mr. Mickey and the school board at the time worked really hard at, like, because we had another person and their family say, well, what about this person? And so we were like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? And it was difficult. And we worked through it, and we had, we came up with the name that we did. And I just feel like sometimes you just have to have the conversations with the community that are hard about these names. And I just hope that we can, in the future, honor our community members that do such amazing work and really provide the foundation for so many of our students to thrive. And for our future, anyway, I just have a lot of nostalgia for the work that we have done as a board over the past decade, with the names that we have chosen. And I think it's, I don't like the idea that we're closing that door for future school board members with this new policy. And I'm sorry that I wasn't here last month to be able to make these comments. So I apologize for this sudden change. I wasn't able to be here.
Ms. Dooley. Mr. Morris.
I think I would like to hold off for a moment.
Morrisburger.
I'd just like to add that we've gone back and forth about this a lot of times. And I think the biggest holdup for me for naming it after individuals is that to be safe, we throw out the opportunity to honor people who do reflect the values of the community in an effort not to upset those who will be disappointed if we change a name. And so I believe that Charlottesville can continue to have hard conversations. And if you think someone is worthy and that they have accomplished something that we would like to honor in the community, that we absolutely can. And if we look at a name and say that it no longer upholds the values, or it was named at a time, you know, when I couldn't even attend schools here, that maybe that doesn't honor who we are anymore. And I think that we can be adults and say that we don't have to penalize everybody in order to please those who will be upset if we don't keep things the same.
Dr. Kraft.
Wow. So, yeah, I think we may need to take a look at some of the wording of this again. But my position is that while I support the idea of not naming entire school buildings after a person, I would like to preserve the ability to, you know, to honor somebody, you know, for a room, a library, or, you know, something else. I just think we're tying our hands too much to not allow ourselves to do that in any way, shape, or form. So, yeah, so I don't know if that reflects the current motion that's on the floor. Is that what that is? I'm a little confused about what's on the floor.
The current motion says, so basically, there is a sentence under number 2. So do you have the policy up in front of you?
Yeah.
It says no new facilities, rooms, or grounds shall be named after people.
Okay, and you're wanting to remove that? Is that?
My motion removes that
Yeah.
sentence.
Yeah, okay, I'd support that. But where are we in terms of the names of buildings after people? Is that still here? Okay. I'm just a little confused about where we are with that.
Ms. Torres.
So Dr. Kraft, I definitely interpret facilities as buildings, but I think, you know, if you don't, that is interesting. So I don't know. Do you think facilities doesn't mean buildings? Do you think the word facilities doesn't mean buildings?
I'm not sure what it means, actually. I'd like to be clearer about it. I think it could mean a lot of things. Facilities. Do we mean school buildings?
Was
There.
that I mean, I wasn't at the meeting last month, so was
Yeah.
that what was discussed?
Okay, but then it also includes rooms or rounds. So let's say so does this mean that we could not name, you know, a library
Right.
after a person?
To me, this sentence means that there would be no naming anything
Okay.
after buildings. I mean, after people.
Okay, you're removing that. Okay.
Mr. Morris, coming back to you, do you have a comment?
I think the biggest thing for me is having consistency between facilities, rooms, grounds, in terms of if you're naming it after a person or not. I'm still processing the new facilities, but to be honest, I think I could go either way.
Ms. Dooley? I did. I've already asked her. Are we back to you? Okay. Okay.
No, I guess in full transparency. So there was some work, or there was an opportunity that board members had to kind of do 2x2s to discuss this policy after our last meeting. So if anybody had some thoughts about that, to kind of give some input, and in full disclosure, there were some things that conflicted with the time that I had slotted to meet with administration. So I canceled my opportunity to have, you know, a sit down and to share thoughts because there were some more pressing things going on with the school division at the time. So I'm not sure that, you know, I'm honestly prepared to weigh in on this. I mean, the only questions I had was when you look at the definition of the word entity. It does not, an entity could be a person. So I don't know if that was intentional to use that word and to leave it open for consideration, but and again, I apologize to administration and to Dr. Gurley and the team for what feels like, again, we're prolonging this or having this conversation, but I almost feel like we need to just wait.
Would that be a motion to table?
I would, I mean, I don't know if we need to take action first on Ms. McKeever's motion.
We do. I just had a question. I just want to make sure. So I heard Ms. Edwards, speak passionately about Lugo McGinnis. So is that name, will that name still remain?
Based on the policy, Mr. Chair, we would be allowed to retain names of current buildings and facilities, buildings, all of those things, as long as once they go through the process to examine the names, they meet the vision, mission, goals, and values of the division, of the board. The previous policy that was presented removed all names. This is the change.
To revisit.
Okay, I mean, the previous policy was not approved.
The previous recommendation, excuse me.
Thank you.
So are there any other questions? So
I would really like to not continue this conversation for another board because we have been doing this for way too long already.
I agree.
I mean, it's fine if you guys don't agree, that's fine. But we got to move on. I mean, we have been talking about this for a very long time.
Well, would you repeat your motion, Ms. McKeever?
Okay, accept the recommendation of the superintendent, which is the policy, FFA, except for removing the line, no new facilities, rooms, or grounds shall be named after people.
So
So just delete that, like put a line through that, but everything else remains the same.
So facilities can be named after people by removing that
That's
line.
what my goal is,
Okay,
yes.
good, okay. So is there a second? Okay, who seconded? Okay, you did? Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all opposed?
Opposed? No.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Bryant,
Yes.
Ms. Bryson Morseberger,
Yes.
Ms. Dooley,
No.
Dr. Kraft,
Yes.
Ms. McKeever,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
No.
Ms. Torres.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will now have items for discussion. Up first, we will have Dr. Odie with the 2024-25 Program of Studies.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Gurley, good evening again.
Welcome.
Over the past few months, I've worked closely with a dedicated team of staff members, including principals and coordinators, to enhance the program of studies for the upcoming 24-25 school year. I want to extend my gratitude to the entire team, many of whom are present tonight, that you'll hear from for their collaborative efforts in refining and simplifying the document. Our goal was to make it more user-friendly and comprehensive for families. This collaborative effort focused on maintaining consistent and clear language while eliminating unnecessary repetition throughout the document. I'd also like to express appreciation to teachers and students who contributed their perspectives on what is needed in the program of studies. Numerous internal conversations occurred during the preparation phase. Additionally, the team developed streamlined processes for adding and removing courses to and from the program of studies. All of these efforts were undertaken to enhance efficiency and facilitate a smoother experience for all stakeholders. On this slide, you'll see that we've taken steps to align the program of studies with our new strategic plan. As depicted here, I've emphasized priority 1, which focuses on increasing academic achievement. I've outlined the specific targets and strategies directly addressed there before you. Next slide, please. This evening, I'll offer a concise overview of the program of studies, provide general updates, delve into recommended grading changes, introduce a novel tool referred to as the CCS secondary courses document, present specific school changes for your review, and address any questions you may have. And we'll discuss next steps. Next slide, please. Our program of studies serves as a comprehensive resource encompassing a catalog of academic, career, and technical and other elective courses within secondary education. Additionally, it features an exhaustive list of electives that may be offered based on student interest and staffing availability. Next slide. Our team implemented various general updates to the program of studies, incorporating changes to course descriptions and course names. Additionally, we revised several prerequisites, introduced guidelines on adding and dropping classes, and provided clarity on repeating a course. Furthermore, we streamlined the document by consolidating some courses, creating a more user-friendly resource for students and families. Next slide, please. We are currently engaged in a task related to strategy 6 in our strategic plan, which involves a comprehensive review of grading practices within the division and the formulation of a grading policy. To undertake this initiative, we have assembled a grading committee comprised of coordinators, supervisors, principals. We're leveraging insights from Joe Feldman's Grading for Equity book. I've got that here in case anybody wants to peek through it. So we've been using his book as a book study, and we've initiated multiple discussions on grading practices currently in place here within Charlottesville City Schools. Notably, we currently lack a formal grading policy, and our dedicated team is committed to developing one over the coming months. The grading committee has identified an immediate concern related to the grading scale entrenched in our program of studies for many years, as depicted here. While all courses except for math, which employs standards-based grading, have adhered to this scale for an extended period, our committee has conducted extensive research examining grading scales in neighboring school divisions such as Albemarle and Louisa, and even further away like Fairfax and Henrico. Drawing insights from our book study, the committee recommends transitioning to a 10-point grading scale, aligning with the practice adopted by neighboring divisions. Next slide, please. As we embark on the development of a comprehensive grading policy encompassing clear explanations of how, when, and why students are assessed and outlining fair and equitable grading practices, our committee sought to implement this grading scale for the 2024-2025 program of studies. The rationale for transitioning to a 10-point scale is presented here. Our primary objective is to ensure fairness and equity for our diverse student body with varying learning styles. By adopting this scale, we aim to enhance clarity and transparency, minimizing ambiguity in the grading processes. Next slide, please. Recognizing the imperative for alignment with standards. We have to back up one more, please. Back up one more. I think we went one. Yeah, that's where we are. Recognizing the imperative for alignment with standards, is crucial to consider that our students often transition between school divisions. Maintaining consistent grading scales becomes essential for accurately gauging student achievement. Furthermore, aligning with other school divisions not only promotes equity, especially for our students pursuing higher education opportunities, but it also ensures our students have the same advantages as their counterparts in neighboring divisions. Transitioning to a 10-point scale helps us mitigate potential bias, emphasizing the importance of grading practices reflecting students' academic achievements rather than external factors. In the grander context, adopting a 10-point scale is a positive stride as we work on developing a comprehensive grading policy. It contributes to fostering a healthier learning environment for students, reducing stress, improving the accuracy of our grading system, and ensuring consistency and alignment with educational norms. We anticipate presenting a finalized grading policy at the conclusion of the school year. Next slide, please. The grading committee also took on the task of creating an easily navigable document outlining pathways for students, known as our CCS secondary courses document. Parents can utilize this document to explore potential pathways for their students. And I'll ask that you, if you could please click on the link so I can show an example there. All right, so if you're able to see that, we'll talk a little bit about science. If you look at the column, maybe scroll up a little, I'll talk about science. A parent, a student can view the progression for science. If you look going vertically up and down, you look at science, grade 6 science is where our 6th graders would be, then grade 7 life science, grade 8 physical science, and so forth and so on as you go down looking at the options for the student as they move through high school. If you hover, just hover over a link there, then you see that it reveals prerequisites and descriptions. And if a course is linked, users can actually access the actual curriculum framework from the Virginia Department of Education. If you would please just click one of those, it takes you directly to the DOE's framework. Hopefully it will take you there. There, nope, let's try another one. There we go. It's showing on this screen for some reason and not that one. But what I will share is that, there we go. It takes you, if you click on a link that is there, it takes you directly to the information that is shared from the Virginia Department of Education. Now, if there is no link, it is likely because it pertains to a local course. It is not one that was designed by the VDOE. We believe this document will serve, if you can go back to the presentation now, we do believe this document will serve as a valuable resource for students and families. It is embedded in the program of studies, so families, as they look at the program of studies, as they're scrolling through that document, they can also find that link right there for them to view. Next slide, please. All right. At this time, we will have our principals come up to share their school-specific changes. We'll start with Ms. Thompson from Walker, then Mr. Jordan from Buford, Jason Bennett will present for the high school. Mr. Trotter is here, but there are no changes for LMA. He can come up and say that, or I can do that. That's fine. And lastly, we have Stacy Heltz here to talk about K-Tech. So we'll start with Ms. Thompson.
All right, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Dr. Gurley. Thank you for allowing me to present about Walker's changes, and I will be quick because there are only 2 of them. Our first change is that we have officially included first and second year band and orchestra for our 6th graders as an actual course. Separating them into those classes has been standard practice for quite some time, but we're now formalizing that in the program of studies. And then our second change is that we've aligned our grading practices with those of Buford and CHS. It's our goal to establish a consistent grading scale starting when students are in 5th grade, so that before their grades actually count towards any sort of transcript or anything like that, they and their families are getting the same kind of feedback that they'll be getting from 5th grade all the way through graduation. And that alignment also includes adopting a standards-based grading scale in our math classes. So that's all I have for Walker. Do you have any questions? Okay, and if not, I will turn it over to Mr. Jordan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the school board, Dr. Gurley. I also only have 2 minor changes this year. So as you know, back in the school year 21-22, we went to offering theater during the day to our 7th and 8th grade students. What we would like to do is offer a level 1 and level 2 option. That is mainly because if we have 8th graders taking theater for the first time, that would be level 1. Right now, it says theater 7 and theater 8. The other one, we noticed in our work this summer and this fall that in the program of studies, we have a Spanish 2 part 1, but there is no part 2. So we just want to move the part 1. And at this time, I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Starting to my left. To the right.
So I
Ms.
just asked
McKeever.
Mr. Jordan this question, just related to the math. It's the pathway on the spreadsheet, CCS secondary courses. It indicates mathematics says pre-algebra 7, pre-algebra 8, but there is a pathway to go from pre-algebra when you're in 7th grade to algebra when you're in 8th grade. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. So we do offer Algebra 1 to our 7th graders and our 8th graders. Any student who is in pre-algebra 7 can take Algebra 1 as an 8th grader. We do have, each year we work on the criteria for students to be able to take Algebra 1 as an 8th grader. And so we will be sharing that information with parents in January. And so students who meet the criteria do get to take Algebra 1 as an 8th grader. And those who don't meet the criteria, we do place in pre-algebra 8. Our goal is to make sure that our students leave Buford with a strong foundation in mathematics so that they can be successful here at Charlottesville High School.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bennett.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Gurley, thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. For the high school, we've got more than just 2. We have one that we are adding, which is Unmanned Aircraft Systems 2. Last year, we added the first Unmanned Aircraft Systems 1. And by adding this, this includes us to have more CTE completers and provide a sequential elective at the high school for students that are interested in aircraft engineering and mechanics. Next slide, please. In addition to adding the 1 course, we are recommending the removal of these 4 courses from the program of study. The first, Concepts of Lab Science. The state no longer recognizes that as a science course, and so we are going to be removing that. Literacy Lab has unintentionally tracked many of our students over time, and students with disabilities will continue to be able to have access to that intensified reading instruction through a course of multisensory literary instruction. But now our students are receiving reading intervention and support within our English classrooms, which allows all students to have access to the honors level curriculum. The survey of foreign films is a course that has not had student interest in the last 5 years. And so without student interest, it's not something that we feel that we need to continue to provide. And then lastly, Algebra 1 Part 2. Currently, our students have access with disabilities to be able to take Algebra 1 Part 1. But in order to move on in the math curriculum, the second course that they take would be Algebra 1. And it allows them to have access to the end of course assessment. Do you have any questions?
Can start to my right.
Hi, my question is related to the unmanned aircraft systems classes. What is the programming that they are learning in that sequence?
So it is a sequence within our engineering department. Predominantly, they are working on building and the utilization of drones and the future of where that goes within.
I just want to
the
make sure we're
technology.
doing it in a like not old school way, like,
Sure.
and are they doing it, are they learning programming or are
They
they?
are.
Okay, it's not just like, it's meaningful?
It is, yes.
Okay. Because, I don't want it to be like, I want it to be, are they going to competitions with this? Is
Well,
that the goal?
This was the first year for that. So I'm sure that if there are competitions, they would be interested in doing that. But it is, this is the first year with the course itself, and there's a very high interest in the course.
Look, somebody
Yeah.
has come to save you.
Hi, hello. Dr. Gurley, members of the board. So unmanned aircraft systems is a course. They are learning drone mechanics, they are learning manufacturing, and they're getting out and getting their FAA Pilot 107 remote certification, which allows them to actually get a job right out of high school with that certification and make really good money. And so the second one will be more comprehensive with the curriculum. They will be doing more map detailing. They'll be surveying, doing more pictures and editing with their drones. So there is a very comprehensive curriculum, and I'm more than happy to share the link with you.
That's
on
so
that
fantastic.
and the framework.
I'm
Mhm.
excited. That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
Moving down the line, Ms. Dooley, Mr. Morris. Anyone over to my left? Ms. Turner, do you have anything? She has Ms. Turner. She hadn't spoken all evening.
I am really excited to see the push for more CTE courses. Last year I was an Avid 9 student. This year I'm also an Avid 10 student, but last year Avid 9 was a CTE course, and my teacher was actually Miss Fitzgerald, and I look up to her a lot as a leader. And I'm very glad that there's being a push for more CTE courses because I think they're needed. Because when I was 7th, 8th grade, I wish that I had like family consumer science and, because I really want to learn how to sew and grow my cooking skills and things like that. So I'm glad that there is being a push for these courses. My one question is, would students still have to take the workplace readiness exam? Because I remember I took it last year. Since it
That
was
would be a question for Ms. Fitzgerald.
What was the question?
Would students still have to take the workplace readiness exam since it's a CTE course?
With the unmanned aircraft?
Yeah.
Yes, so we offer workplace readiness for the entire CTE program in March. So it is a school-wide test that we offer to all of our kids, in addition to the FAA Pilot 107 remote certification. And they also do the college workplace readiness assessment plus the CWRA plus if they do not pass the workplace readiness or the FAA Pilot 107. Yes. Any other questions?
Ms. Torres.
Thank you. So I was curious, in our board advance, when we were talking a little bit about this, we talked about adding new classes like this could potentially affect staffing or other sections of classes. So how does that play out?
With CTE courses, and this is something Ms. Fitzgerald is also could probably report on, some of our CTE requirements do have a cap on the amount of students that can take the courses. And so when we're looking at student interest and when we do the course recommendations, in addition to what the overall needs of the building are, that's when those larger conversations occur. And that generally happens in the spring. But we try to drive the courses that we offer based upon student interest. And so that would be a discussion as we go throughout the student request process in the spring.
So the same instructor, staff person who teaches level 1 would be teaching level 2?
Yes,
Would this
that-
be a class run at the same time, same section, so that we're not losing a section somewhere else with that teacher?
That could be explored.
I mean, I think that was brought up as a concern, right?
Yeah, that could
I
be
mean, if this
definitely-
person has to teach a second section, then they're not going to be able to teach engineering,
That would
say.
be correct, yeah. But we can explore that as potential occurring at the same time in the same period, stacking that course.
Okay. And then my other question would be back to the literacy lab. Thank you for making eye contact with me on that one. But I was curious, like how many students, I know that's probably changed a little bit since my student was here in the building, but how many students is that impacting? And so those students were actually pulled out of class to work in that literacy lab? Is that how that worked?
That is correct. In years past, we've had a variety of different levels of literacy lab in the past. Those generally have been capped at about 10 students to keep it as a low number. And the amount of courses that we've offered for literacy lab has changed from year to year. This year, we've not had any of those courses because we've shifted to provide that intervention from pulling those students out of an elective course or taking away a course that they could potentially choose to take to getting those interventions with our reading specialists inside their English classroom. But the amount of students, to get to your question, that could have ranged from 20 up to 60 depending upon the school year.
So and then how many sections did you guys run for the literacy lab?
For the literacy lab, it would depend upon the year. We've had upwards of 4, 6 years ago to 2 years ago. I mean, it would vary.
And which staff, how was that staffed?
The reading specialist.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Kraft. Ms. Morseberger.
I'd just like to add, it's nice to see more of the CTE classes being added to the curriculum. And this is the last time you all will get to hear me say this, but I am an HR professional. So I can tell you that like a lot of these types of CTE courses, things with drones, what do you call it, geographic information systems and things like that are really picking up. And you know, there's one path toward it, getting the degree, and there's a lot that you can do with the CTE courses and getting a job right out of school and going that route. So I just wanted to say thank you for adding more options for our students, different career paths.
Thank you. Mr. Morris.
I didn't have I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I don't have a question for Mr. Bennett. I had some overarching questions.
Well, do you want to share them now? So we have 2 more, we have three more
I would
speakers.
rather them go through their program of studies and I'll shift gears a bit.
Okay. Any more
Thank
questions, Mr. Bennett? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Helps? Are you up next? Or is Mr. Trotter? Okay. Oh, Dr. Helps.
Good afternoon, Board Chair, School Board members. Lugo McGinnis has no changes.
Yeah, Dr. Helps.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, School Board, Dr. Gurley. This evening, I will just touch on a few changes to the K-Tech program of study. The changes just reflect some minor tweaks to language due to the transition and the memorandum of understanding that is currently in the works. And just to be transparent, there might need to be some continued tweaks as we work through that. But when I was working on it, that's kind of where we were at the time. But I will say that the programmatic updates are just to reflect the current offerings. And I'm actually not making any recommendations to changes to what we're offering currently. This year, we have not offered auto body. That program was dissolved the end of last year. Really, it was, they were finding it difficult to place students in the workforce. That pipeline just wasn't very helpful. The businesses were not hiring students directly from high school, but that is in contrast to our auto tech course, which is highly popular. The local businesses are really hiring our completers and such. That program is actually being expanded, and we're taking the auto body lab and transforming it into another auto tech lab. So we should be able to hopefully serve more students in that program. And that is a 2-year program. Our students do get ASE certified, and some of them also end up with being able to do state inspections, which those of the center board members that were there, I don't know, at our last meeting, did hear from industry partners that that is highly valuable, to our students entering the workforce. Another course that was reflected previously in the program of study was embedded geometry. That was mostly into carpentry, and while there are many practical applications, they found that just having it as a course within a trade program it was challenging from practice and practical standpoint. Additionally, there were very few students who needed geometry when they got to K-Tech. So students are still applying that knowledge, but it's just not being offered as a course. And then the last one is English 11. Just due to our schedule, it's not being offered, but English 12, government, and econ personal finance are the 3 academic courses that students are able to take at K-Tech. So those are all of my updates. Any
Thank you,
questions?
Dr. Helps. Over here to my left, Ms. Turner. Ms. Torres, Dr. Kraft.
Yeah, this is, well, maybe this is more of a general comment. Now, these changes sound really appropriate and fine. But I guess I'll just say this now that this is one of the issues. I think that this committee has done a great job. And, my concern is the calendar and the timing of having board discussion tonight and then a vote with 4 new board members in January. And I would just ask that there maybe be an opportunity before the board meeting, before they have to vote, to sort of run them through this a little bit. So to inform them a little bit more about the program of studies, the things that we're talking about tonight. I mean, maybe they're watching online, but so that they just don't have to come in cold and vote on something as important as this.
Ms. Morrisburg. Mr. Morris.
I'll just make a comment, not, Dr. Heltz, you're off the hook here. I would like the division to consider other opportunities for embedded courses. I see it as an opportunity to progress and move education forward. So I think there are a lot of different opportunities that we can take courses that have a natural fit. One of the courses that I've seen done previously is social studies and English. I just think there are opportunities that we can have another, excuse me, we can have another teacher in the classroom, but also have a planning partner. And I think when we're looking long-term of application of knowledge, it's easier for students to understand, oh, I've already applied I've taken these 2 concepts together and put them together, and they can move forward and understand the future implications.
Ms. Dooley. All right, thank you. Great job.
Thank you to all of those wonderful folks that helped with the presentation tonight. And again, thank you to our full committee on the work that they have done to prepare our program of studies. At this time, we welcome any questions that you may have for us. Any additional questions that you may have.
I do have a question. In the program of studies, we have a grading policy or the grading scale. Thank you, Ms. Dooley. We have a grading scale, but we're going to have a future policy before the end of the school year. What are the implications of removing the grading scale from the program of studies?
I will tell you that most policies that I've seen don't necessarily have the grading scale in the policy. It's separate, maybe in regulations. If you look at, for instance, at Albemarle's policy, the grading scale is not there. So we haven't had a grading policy, but we had a grading scale. So I think that this, if we remove it, the program of studies is approved before the school year, of course, in January typically. And so then that means that we won't have that grading scale with embedded in our program of studies.
I think my, excuse me, I think my hesitation with moving forward with the grading scale is it doesn't include the board's vision for a grading policy.
So you want to
Okay,
incorporate the policy before you do the scale.
Yes, incorporate the policy, have the policy in place before the scale.
Because we
okay,
don't know what the policy is yet.
okay.
I would just like the board to consider, to think about what it would look like, and maybe, I don't want to expedite the committee, but I do think we need to have a voice from the board of what we intend or what our expectations of a grading policy before it all gets put into a program of studies and printed off and et cetera. And I think it could just create confusion. And I don't want the committee to feel as though they've done a lot of work and then at the last moment, we've decided to change it because we have 4 new board members coming in and we haven't had a voice yet in what we expect from that policy.
Any other questions or concerns? Okay, Ms. Turner.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we had a grading policy. Like it was like you can have, or is that just in the schools that we have a grading policy?
You probably have grading practices
Okay.
that the high school uses.
Okay. 'Cause I
We
think,
don't have a division policy,
okay.
and that's what we're going to work to create.
Okay, because I think this started when I was in 8th grade, but like we're able to have like unlimited retakes on like any sort of test and or quizzes. But now that like actually makes a lot more sense since not a lot of teachers, at least here, and even some of my teachers don't follow the grading policy that we have set in place. So that does make a lot more sense. So thank you.
You have any questions, Ms. Torres?
I do. Yeah, thank you. So just for clarification, Mr. Morse, are you speaking like strategic plan, equitable grading policy, or specific to this?
I'm speaking towards the strategic plan. It calls for,
It
I have
does,
mine
yes, sir.
floating around here
Yes, sir.
somewhere. Planning, the strategic plan calls for the equity grading policy to be in implementation next year, which aligns with this program of studies.
Yes.
What I would like to do, what I'm trying to prevent is people feeling like they're not heard because at the last moment we've interjected something, as well as miscommunication.
I concur. Thank you. I agree. I mean, I thought that's what you were referencing was the work that was done in the strategic plan. So thank you.
Dr. Kraft. Ms. Berger. Ms. Dooley.
I welcome a conversation about grading. 100-point scale, when we only use half of it, drives me nuts. So on the surface, I'm not opposed to amending the 91 to 100 piece, like a full 10-point across the board for what we have in place right now seems fine. But certainly I understand, like, instead of moving forward with printing something that we might then change, like, I did look at Albemarle County's, both their grading policy and their program of studies, and they don't have a grading scale in their program of studies. So I don't know that that would be a problem to just remove, approve the program of studies from the programmatic portion, but let's not move forward with a grading policy included. And then I'm having a little bit of trouble with the spreadsheet. And as I'm hovering over things, the link is covering the notes and whatever. So I need to do that on a different screen. But to, I guess, Mr. Jordan and Ms. Thompson, if they're still here, my big concern is just especially around upper elementary and middle school, and the idea of prerequisites for especially elective courses. the whole point, I think, of those grades is to be exploratory and to have access. And so, again, when I can look at this more clearly, hopefully it will say that, but just to the extent that we cannot gatekeep, especially our middle grade students from exploring electives, let's do so.
Those prereqs will also be in the actual program of studies document too. If that, this is just two different ways of looking at the courses, whether you look at the 100-page document. Okay. Did you
I
all
just
understand
have,
the question? I don't think they understood what your question was. Do you want to repeat it?
I just think she has a comment. Less of a question, more of a comment. Yeah.
go ahead, and I'll have a
Okay.
comment.
Thank you. I just had, because this is my last program of study and it's one of my favorite topics ever, and I just have two thoughts that I would like to leave this board and this community with, and I just think continue to be my like love language. Or one is algebra by 8th grade. I just really feel passionate about ensuring a pathway for all of our students to have algebra by 8th grade. And I feel like we've kind of stepped back from that goal a little bit by kind of having all of these criteria for making sure that our kids, I mean, I'm fine with having pre-algebra in 7th grade, that's great. But I want to make sure that the goal is still algebra by 8th grade. For all of our students. I don't know how we get there. I just feel like we need to continue to that goal. That is the international norm, and we need to keep that goal in mind. I have not been successful in 12 years at getting there, so good luck, but I really think that that needs to continue to be the goal. It needs to start in kindergarten, and it needs to continue up. It's just the standard. We cannot do unmanned remote drones without having really good math skills that continue on into the high school and into college. And you know, if you have good math skills, you can really get very far. That is well documented. The other thing that has always been a passion of mine is foreign language. Obviously, years ago, I definitely was sat on the board that did vote to take the foreign language teachers out of our elementary schools. And the reminder from Mr. Jordan today about the Spanish 1 part 2, or whatever it was that we are taking out of the program of study is just a reminder that, I mean, I get that we are trying to continue to have, to engage our students in education and just giving them opportunities to enjoy school and like find their passions at school. And that's great. And I think what Ms. Dooley says is right about like not gatekeeping and just like finding a way, finding a way for them to, really engage with all of this stuff so that they can find passion in school. But foreign language, I mean, we have so many foreign languages at the high school. It's kind of fascinating. For my 5th grader, she's taking a 1 semester class. She's in 5th grade. She's taking a 1 semester class that I don't think she can take another foreign language again until 7th grade. And to me, that is just like in our forward-thinking progressive community is just shocking to me. And I'm a little, I'll take the hit. Like, obviously I was on the board. I've been on the board for a long time. This has certainly been on my, this is me, this is what we did as a community and as a school board, but we need to continue to think about the future, think about our role as a international player. This is Charlottesville, right? We're always going to have a need for foreign language. And our students, no matter what, are going to need to find a way to engage with our foreign language. And it's just our job, I think, to make it interesting, make it and fascinating, and engage our students with the foreign language. Our 5th graders are actually really enjoying that Spanish class. Don't get me wrong. And we can continue that trend And so that by the time they're in seventh grade, they can take the part one or part two, whatever it is, so that they can be successful. And it's not just the one population of children. It's not just the one socioeconomic strata, it's just not one type of child. We have engaged all of the children so that they are all kind of interested in it and they think it's possible. And then they can get that much closer to the advanced degree. These are all things I think as a school division, I would hope that we continue to keep our eye on, because math and foreign language are just always going to be so fundamentally important. So that's always will continue to be my passion, and I'm very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McKeever. Dr. Odie, I just have one concern in regards to the program of study, because I do know that shortly after the holidays, high school counselors will shift to program mode, calling students in to do their courses for next year. So I guess my concern would be if you did, if you print the program of studies without the grading scale, what would you do after? Because they're going to have to convert it. That's what we do. We refer to that program of studies in terms of doing program planning with students. So what would be your other option in terms if you decided to move forward without the grading scale incorporated in their program of studies?
Well, if it is the board's will that we remove the grading portion from the program of studies, then we would just add it as regulations when we do the policy. That's an option there, that we can have a totally separate document. It needs to be available for students and teachers and families to know, what is it that I need to do to earn an A in this course. So we'll work to make sure, if that is the will of the board, we will remove that and we'll make sure that it's available as we move into the new year as regulations or some other document.
Thank you. Any other questions in regards to that? Right.
Okay. So this is for information only. It is for action in January so that our high school counselors can get to work with our students. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Odie. We will now have Mr. Trotter to do a presentation on night school.
Good evening again, board chair, school board members, Superintendent Gurley. My name is Lamont Trotter, and I will be presenting tonight on our night school update.
Welcome.
Overview, I apologize. I first would like to start with a quick story of one of our students. On his way to school last night, to night school, he came in and he was a little fluttered. He was upset. And him and I got into a conversation, and he ended up leaving out the door, not because of my conversation, but because of what took place before that. Called mom, let mom know that we were concerned, wanted to make sure he got home safely, let her know we'd do a home visit to make sure he's back at school today. Upon arrival, I spoke with the young man. I said, well, what was the problem? He said, on his way to school, the streets were talking. And that's why he was upset. And so he was also upset with me because he knew I was coming to his house at 8 o'clock this morning and he had to get up to do chores. I say that because our plan in night school is to, one, make sure that students have a voice and to feel that we do care about them, and to equally know that we are communicating with parents to let parents know ultimately what our goal is for student success with our students. So I wanted to first open up with that. If we can move to slide 2, please. Slide 2 just basically outlines our strategic plan with our priority of increasing academic achievement. And with that, we will continue to address the particular targets and strategies that are outlined by maintaining the graduation rate. Even though our young people are coming from CHS, the goal is absolutely the same for them to mirror exactly what happens at night school as well. Equally, the target number 2 is for 100% graduating those students. And then, as you see noted with the strategy 1 and 2, to continue to enhance the academic advising support, as well as creating a system of personalized college and career plans. Ms. Phelps, our school counselor, will take the lead on that as students come into our night school program. That equally is aligned with what the school counselor has already done at CHS. Night school is a mirror of CHS, so we are talking and communicating with those counselors as students come into night school. Slide 3, please. Here you will see our program overview of why night school. Who are our students, which I kind of changed that. What is a profile of a night? Days and operations, our night school staff, as well as our student resources, instructional programming, and other related services, as well as next steps. Next slide, please. Why night school? Night school is equally important because we plan to do several things. One, we first plan to address the smaller class sizes. We want students to be able to maximize teacher-student engagement through discussions, peer groups, as well as projects. It's important because as we began our orientations, many of the students said they felt overwhelmed, they were in a bigger environment, and they wanted something a lot smaller. So we first want to make sure that we are maximizing class sizes. And then equally looking at setting the opportunity for students to have the opportunity to change. That's going to be a twofold environment. We want to meet students who need an environment that is less stimulated, and equally students having the opportunity to learn from one another, and as well as build relationships with those staff and students. And ultimately looking at our dropout as aligning with our strategic plan, addressing those students that may potentially be on the cusp of dropping out or overage and undercredited, and addressing those measures there. We also want to make sure that students that are at risk have the opportunity for counseling services and supports where they are able to overcome particular challenges. One of the areas of measures that we want to do is make sure, as it was outlined earlier, is by having those peer groups with possibly having Ms. Bianca Johnson come in to do peer groups, mediations, and things like that, should those be areas of concern. Next slide, please. So who are our students? We are looking at students who have not met the success within the academic setting. Students that, again, are on the cusp of dropping out. Students that are falling behind in credits, and making sure that what we do is we equally are supporting those students. So as they come in the door, we're looking directly at their transcripts, and we're putting those students either in that English course or potentially that math course for them to receive that individualized support from the teacher. We'll hear more about that as we talk about the instruction. Looking at the personalized learning plans or needs, each student walking in our door at night school has a different particular need. Some just have the need where you give me my math assignment with Mr. Great on Edgenuity, put me in a corner, I'm good to go. But then we also have students that need Ms. Faulkner that is able to sit down with the student over in a corner and being able to work with that student individually for them to feel success. We also want to make sure that our students feel that they have a second chance when they come to night school. Like the young man that I experienced yesterday afternoon, him making sure that at the end of the day that he comes back, even though the streets are talking, or that there has been a particular negative encounter with someone on the way to school, that he has that second chance to feel successful. Next slide, please. Here you will find our hours of operations. We have already began night school, and we are honing into our second week. And so we are Monday through Thursday from 3:45 to 6:45 at Lugo McGinnis. Next slide, please. Here you will find the staff that currently supports night school. I would just like to plug that these staff members are working at 2 of our other locations, and they're coming over at the end of their shift. And so here you have those outlined. Next slide, please. And that's just a picture of our team. I do want to highlight 2 of our staff members that I know are in the building, Mr. Patterson, as well as Ms. Williams is in the building. And you also heard from Mr. Grady. And so this is a stellar team that we are launching and loving on kids over at Lugo McGinnis. So when we look, So when we look at the student resources, you have those here. We are working very much in depth with Ms. Sarah Morton with our Virginia Career Works. And so what we want to do with that particular program with our young people is address several objectives that that program has outlined. And that is to provide an emphasis on equipping students with those particular soft skills so that they are able to navigate in those workspaces, and as well as focusing on adaptable skills for diverse workspaces and having a level of accountability for various metrics. Additionally, we are partnering with our K-UP where we plan to have about 10 to 15 students work in that particular program where they are having performance-based stipends in that particular agency. We have our Hooroo program that also supports us at LMA during the day. And so that is where we have one of our representatives to come to speak to our young people, not only about financial literacy, but also about mentoring, having the correct attitude when confronted with negative behaviors. Next, we have our Rise Above, which is a trauma-informed social emotional learning program. And that particular program is driven through Region 10. And so we are working with all of these particular student resources to make sure each one has the necessary assets to be successful. And finally, we're having a partnership with UVA with our DBT skills in schools. And so these are various modules that Ms. Phelps, our school counselor, will be working with our students on as it relates to interpersonal skills, dealing with trauma and measures of the like. Next slide, please. So our instructional programming, as mentioned earlier, is very simple, but yet complex because each student is different. We're continuing with that face-to-face instruction that is paramount. We are, again, capitalizing on the edgenuity portion there. And we also have Ms. Faulkner, who is working with our students with disabilities. I would just like to say that with our particular students, we are still following each particular education plan, making sure that goals and objectives and measures are supported there as we work with our particular students. We want to equally lean heavily on project-based instructions where students have the chance to show us what they know in that aspect. Next slide, please. And so with our related services for other students, we have transportation, not only for home, but also for pickup. Many of our students, they may live in the walking zone area. And so between Mr. Williams and ourselves, and that's using our school car, we make sure that students are picked up as well as taken home. We also do have the opportunity for the activity bus. So as our enrollment continues to increase, we work with our transportation department, and we're making sure that there is a bridge between the activity bus for pickup. We do have hot meals Monday through Wednesday, but not only that, Mr. Williams and myself are also diligently working in our kitchen to have and provide lunches as well with our staff and things of that nature. And so we do have cold meals on Thursday. Next slide, please. And so what are our next steps? We will continue to identify those students who benefit from the night school program. Myself, working with the high school here, the ultimate goal is that we have a soft handoff. So I'm coming over to make sure that these young people have a name with a face. So when we get to the table for orientation, mom and student potentially already know who those faces are. One of the positives is that the staff that is working at night school, as the students transition from the high school, they will already know many of our staff, Mr. Patterson, Ms. Williams, Ms. Holly. And so that equally is a bridge that helps with easing any tension, any concerns that occur. We are going to continue to monitor each student's progress through that learning plan, making sure we're following the alignment of credits as well as what each individual plan is accepted. And finally, the consideration of expansion possibilities, and I'll say this word 3 times, location, location, location. So as we expand, we will continue to be at the support of the board. Next slide. Are there any questions for night school?
Thank you, Mr. Trotter. Okay, I'll start over here to my right. Ms. McKeever, I think I went left the last time. Ms. McKeever?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Dooley?
At the risk of redundancy, thank you.
ma'am.
I'm just really happy to have another avenue for students to help students find success and the possibility to have a place for students where we can intervene before they're really hitting the depths of not being successful
ma'am.
in the traditional comprehensive setting. And so, I think our ultimate goal would be to have this kind of program available to every high school student. But until we have all of the funds to do that,
Yes.
I think this is one step in the right direction.
Yes,
So thank you, and please convey my thanks to your team
Yes,
as well.
Mr. Morris. Ms. Morseberger.
I'm going to be redundant. I would just like to say thank you for what you're doing. You are boots on the ground, cooking, making meals. And I don't know if I mentioned this before, I borrowed a spot in you all's parking lot for an event.
That's fine.
And when I knocked on the door to ask, everyone in the building, like the people I saw, everyone was happy. The kids are happy to be there. And it was just a very welcoming environment. And a lot of kids, we keep hearing go there and they don't want to go back, that they enjoy it so much.
ma'am.
So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Kraft.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm so excited to see this being launched, and and I'm excited for opportunities for expansion. And so this is sort of, I was trying to get a sense of, you're doing so much, and there's so many services, and it's like 3 hours a day.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you maybe just give us a sense of what is, if a student comes, what would their 3 hours be like there?
Yes, ma'am. So student arrives and they go directly to their particular core courses, which would either be the English or the math with a particular content teacher. There, they have 45-minute sessions, and then they would switch classes then. From there, we would have our lunch, which would be considered our break for about 20 minutes. For that afternoon session, students right now would go back just for additional supports. What we are working on is adding those additional two social sciences and sciences as well. We're looking at kind of an A-B, 1 week science, 1 week social science, to make sure that they're getting all of those particular core. And then we close out our day with what we call is family time. And so we come back around to the conference table, because we're small right now, and we talk about exactly what the positives were today, not only with the staff, but with the students, what we expect and look forward to tomorrow. As our enrollment increases, the goal will shift that to the gym. One of the activities that we are working with is with our hospital education system program to provide stockings next week with gifts and things for our students. So not only do we want the aspect of the instruction, but we also want them to also feel that community partnership and giving back as well.
And if students need some one-on-one counseling or something, when would that happen?
Yes, ma'am. So we have Ms. Phelps, our school counselor, that is on site. Many of the times the students, for those that have visited before, go directly and they chat with Ms. Phelps on the onset of the day. Should there be students that may need counseling, or there may be turbulence within our campus, not only do we have our staff, but equally Ms. Phelps is there as well to provide any mediations and or supports there. Yes, ma'am.
Stories.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Trotter, I think Dr. Kraft asked a little bit, but I was still curious about the student resources that you listed. All sound wonderful. So how are those folded in? Are those folded in within those 3 hours, or are those resources making contact with students during the earlier part of the day so that we can support them better? Are those students supported, I'm assuming, with like KIP internships? They're out in the community doing some work. And then also, could you give an example, or have you got to the point where you're bringing some students into this night school setting, and then are they transitioning back to CHS, or what is the plan for that?
Yes, ma'am. So to answer the first question, the student supports will occur basically on Thursday. Right now, because we are a smaller setting, what will happen is those students will receive those, would more than likely break out during our after lunch session, because those are 30-minute sessions where either KUP or Huru will be able to work with those particular students. As we grow, what the expectation will be is to break out our campus possibly by alphabet or or by grade level for those supports to continue to occur. What we will do before, with the continuous rollout is continuously meet with those community partners all together so that we know exactly which one can come on which day. We may have Hulu come on Thursday, K-Up come on Tuesday. So we want to be able to maximize each one of those resources there. To answer the second question, we have not had that question yet, but that is one of the questions that we do share in our orientation. And the ultimate goal is for students that are coming to our night school program to potentially be funneled to our LMA day program. And then from there, they have the opportunity to transition as well back to CHS. Any transitions that occur, the same stakeholders that were at the table during the orientation, they're there at the conversation about transitioning back.
Thank you. And then one final question, either for you or Dr. Gurley. Has there been discussion about supports to families? And could you speak to that, please?
We had a meeting this week. Mr. Trotter may
Yes,
want to
sir.
speak to it.
I'm smiling because it's funny that I didn't mention that, but yes, we have. With our Career Works program, as the upcoming set of enrollment occurs, what we're now doing is we're driving a particular Google Doc with several questions of how we can support the families either through financial literacy. Do they need help with housing or food insecurities of things of that nature, or possibly resume building. Ultimately, the goal will be to have our parents potentially maybe work in our gym while our students are simultaneously working in the work sessions. And so that's where the next phase after the new year is coming, where we build that out to make sure that we have that parent support. We lean heavily with Career Works as well as Mr. Dominique Williams, who's our family engagement coordinator, as well as with our family engagement team throughout the division.
This all sounds excellent, and this sounds like a really opportune or a focused area that if people have a voice and would like to share this out to city council or other folks who can help support us in this type of work, we would really appreciate that. So thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Ms. Turner?
Sorry.
Thank you again. Thank you so much. This was amazing, and I can just see the time put into it. I'm just so glad that you're providing for the students who need help, because some of the students who need help are peers who, go to CHS, and I'm just really happy. And I'm also really happy for the staff. A lot of people on the staff were some of my teachers, Mr. Grady, Ms. Brown, Ms. Williams. Mr. Grady was my Algebra 1 teacher, and he stuck with me to the end. I was never that good at Algebra 1. Ms. Brown, really the whole reason why I can write as strong as I can today. And Ms. Williams was my English teacher, my 9th grade English teacher. And my English was very crazy, but when she came into the building, just got our class right on track, and it was just an amazing year. So I am very happy that this is I'm just really happy. Just thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Mr. Trout, I hadn't had my say.
Sorry.
I do intend to stroll around 11th Street to visit.
Yes, sir.
That is a promise. It sounds amazing, but me being a visual learner as I am, I'm coming to see for myself
Yes, sir.
what's going on around there on 11th Street. I
Yes, sir.
can't wait.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
You're welcome.
This is amazing.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Dr. Gurley, CHS Safety, Security, and Climate Update.
Good evening, school board members, and good evening, Charlottesville community. Baked into our small city are many things that divide people. Some of them are very painful and run very deep. But Black Knight pride runs deep too. Over the years, Charlottesville High School has often been a beacon of shared light. It is a place where opportunities for excellence in education span these divides. Recently, though, I bet almost everything you've heard about Black Knight Nation has been shared with a frown, a head scratch, or a sigh. CHS belongs to all of us in Charlottesville, and as your superintendent, I want to speak not only to the school board, but the broader community, about how we got to this juncture and where we are going. I made the decision to cancel classes at CHS on Friday, November 17th, because we didn't have enough teachers and substitutes to safely staff the school. On top of normal staff absences, plus 6 staff vacancies, that day, about 10 additional teachers called in sick after a recent number of student fights. These teachers wanted classes canceled to make time for teachers and administrators to reset the culture at the school. Let me tell you more about the culture that needed to be reset. At CHS this year, there have been 6 fights that became large and unruly enough that we had to call CPD. There have been 16 additional fights that involve 2 or 3 teams and were quickly resolved quickly. In total, these 22 fights involved 46 of our students. How did this happen? Perhaps more to the point, how did your school leaders allow this to happen? This fall, to address these challenges, my colleagues and I in the central office were working on long-term solutions for CHS, for CHS students who needed another plan, another path for learning, including Lugo McGinnis, our night school, which you just heard, and plans for work-based learning. We also spent time in the halls of CHS this fall to offer support. But the bottom line is that in retrospect, it is clear that I should have done a lot more, a lot sooner. The number of fights truly turns my stomach. I know that's how our teachers felt too. That's why they called in sick that Friday. Before I go on, I want to say a few important things about these students and about the fights. I want to say a few things about the fights and the students involved. We are talking about our youth, not criminals. There have been no weapons involved in any of these fights, and all of them stem from familiar teen conflicts, insults, relationship troubles, and social media posts. We've seen boys fight one another, and girls fight one another. We're talking about mostly 14 and 15-year-olds with a lot to learn about how to resolve their differences. Fighting in school is unacceptable, period. And it is up to us, the adults, to make that clear. These are our children, and they need our guidance, our boundaries, and our unconditional love. Only with the support from us can they find a new path and reach their fullest potential. Students who need another educational path has been the focus of my superintendency since I arrived in Charlottesville 2 years ago. Our schools are only as strong as our weakest points. In closing the schools, we face together what those are. I will provide a summary here of the main underlying issues our staff identified. There's also a comprehensive FAQ up on our website now, including discipline data and a new dashboard tracking student behavior. This is what we have to own and fix about our school community. This is what we have to own and fix for our school community. Staff vacancies meant teachers were overburdened with extra subbing duties. This is less time for these trusted adults to support students outside of class. Some students routinely wanted the halls instead of going to class. They behaved disrespectfully. Despite receiving out-of-school suspensions, the students returned with the same behaviors. As I have already mentioned, 22 fights, 6 of which were very disruptive, occurred this fall. There was turnover in leadership. The principal announced his resignation mid-year. We had an assistant principal vacancy filled in October. The way the school and the school and the division communicated about CHS, both the conflicts and the daily happenings, was inconsistent and confusing. Parents and students have come to feel that they cannot trust what they hear from us. The board and I closed CHS for an additional 2 days before Thanksgiving so that the staff could come together on a plan to address these issues. Since returning from break, we are seeing some early signs that we are turning a corner. I will provide some examples of what I mean here, and I will direct you to our website for a full FAQ. One example of early success is that we have infused support from the division staff and community volunteers acting as extra hall monitors. Now, most wandering students are either back in their classroom or in discussions about alternative learning options. I don't have to tell you I'm sorry. Here are other changes I am prioritizing based on the staff reset and feedback from the community. We will address staff vacancies at CHS. Already, we have hired 2 licensed science teachers to begin after winter break and have added an extra employee to help manage people arriving at CHS. We have plans to bring on more employees who will manage hallways, monitor doors, and improve visitor protocols. We will better support substitute teachers through training and in-school resources. We will stabilize the school's leadership. In the short term, this means hiring experienced interim principal Kenny Leatherwood. Additionally, Dr. Denise Johnson has agreed to serve as strategic advisor for CHS. She will be in charge of shoring up systems and processes and building greater connection between our central office and CHS. Long-term, this means hiring and supporting a new CHS principal. This person will most likely join us in July of 2024. We will make our communications clearer and more transparent. That starts tonight with this presentation and the detailed information on our website. I will make greater efforts to build positive school culture. We will make greater efforts to build positive school culture. In short, this means building relationships, having fun, and celebrating the great things our students are doing. One of our CHS staff committees is working on this plan as we speak. I do not have to tell you that Charlottesville is a tale of two cities, but we meet at Charlottesville High School. Even in times like these, our students love this school. Here, students excel in their studies, balancing jobs and clubs, sports and friendships, family responsibilities, and future planning, and the ups and downs of adolescence. Here, students achieve excellence as they define it for themselves and make us proud in the process. CHS got off track this fall, but it is a special place. It is ours to nurture back to its full potential. I thank you for your time and your attention, and I welcome questions from the board.
Okay, I'll start with you, Ms. McKeever. Yes, I'm going right to left, left to right.
Okay. Gonna look at Mr. Jaffe's comments and see if we did all those things. Just joking. Thank you for, I am just struck. I've been very out of the loop, of course, for 6 weeks or so. So thank you for that amazing statement and accepting responsibility. I really appreciate that. I know that you take all of this so personally. So I appreciate the work that you have to put into it and your team has put into making, trying to right the ship and listening to our community in the meantime. The one thing I wanted to say was that you have been here such a short time. You've been here such a short time. And what you have said in this statement is just, it's just so profound how much you have learned about our community in such a short time. And so thank you for, I think that it's just really important how that you've been able to come in here and learn so much about us, and that you can really help us learn and grow from all of the trauma that we have had over the past, I don't know, I'm going to say 5 years, but it's been much longer than that. And that you can take us to new heights from here. And thank you for being willing to take that on. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Stooley.
Can you speak to some of the comments that were made earlier in public comment? Just, the kids definitely know we're here. Heard some comments, that have made me laugh. But, kids know that there's more adults in the building. When are all those sticker moms leaving? All of us with our visitor stickers, they want us gone. So what is the plan, ongoing, this level of support from volunteers and division office? You guys also have other duties to undertake. And so I think it was said earlier, not taking the foot off the gas. What's the plan to, get to yeah.
So I think the first part of it, Ms. Dooley, starts with systems. I think that just a lot of what we have seen has been the absence of systems. And so the first one is Dr. Johnson has as a part of the equity department, she was already responsible for strategic initiatives. And so one of the things that we are trying to make more robust is the volunteers. And so she has a plan for that. And so we are continuing to solicit volunteers. We have great relationships with many of our partners, our Equity Center partners through UVA, various community partners, and various community organizations, some of which we saw last week at our listening session. And so what we're planning to do is just continue to be very intentional about making sure that there are extra bodies in the building to support our students. I think a lot of what students like and what they hate is that we're here. I think, they like seeing us, but then, they hate us at the same time because it's like every corner they turn, they see us. And so I think what the teacher said earlier, definitely a valid statement, like we can't let up. And so I think we've all committed to, just in that moment of transition between meetings that we have on our calendar, just make this a place so that kids know that we still care, that we're still showing up. Many times we don't start meetings before. We have a standing Monday meeting, and it's here. We can come up. We can come up before our meeting. So it's just doing that intentional work, but using, Dr. Johnson's going to be in the building, using her to help us understand where the gaps, and so we can continue to fill those gaps. And I think that that's what's going to continue that momentum, and continuing to listen to teachers. If it feels like something is starting to back off, then how do we make sure that that still feels like a priority? Because everything's a priority at this moment.
Mr. Morris.
The answer you gave might be very similar to the answer you gave for my question. But in terms of implementation of policies, how can we make sure that we're holding everyone accountable?
I think it's mutual. I think that's where it starts. I think it's, people hold me accountable, my colleagues hold me accountable, I hold them accountable. And if you see something that's not right, we have to call it out. I think what you heard me say was that, yes, absolutely, we recognize that these things were happening, but most certainly, I should have done something a lot sooner. We were in the planning phase, but the sense of urgency, increasing, everyone has to have that sense of urgency. I've been saying to, my colleagues, we have to make sure that we're moving throughout the building with a sense of urgency. And I think that that's the same thing with our policies, with how we hold one another accountable. It's always making sure that we move with a sense of urgency, that everything in this moment is important. And if we don't have the resources to do it, where do we get the resources to do it? If it's not here, where do we go and get it? The answer is never no. The answer is like, let's find out where it is and let's make it happen. So I think it's really the mutual accountability. It's from me all the way down to our students, holding one another accountable. And that's the conversations that, as I walk with students and they've had conversations with me, I think they see that as well. How can I hold my peers and myself accountable, because there's so much goodness in the building.
Ms. Mossberger.
Yes, sorry, I was trying to type my thoughts so that I have them together. I would like to say that I appreciate you, your remarks and what you have just said, and your willingness to take responsibility for the recent upheaval. But I would be remiss if I did not counter and push back a little bit as a mom, as a member of this school board, as the mom of a student in this division, I meant to say, and as a member of this community, that all roads and all the sources of all the problems do not lead back to you and to this high school. The problems that we are seeing in the high school are the symptoms of decades of neglect and problems within the city of Charlottesville that will continue to happen in other places. If students are not in schools and they're still dealing with the same trauma and problems that they had, it will just spill over into other parts of the community. And I appreciate your willingness. It takes a big person to say that everything is my fault, but it is not your fault. You can only do so much in the school day There has to be a lift from every member of this community. And I would also like to add that when I first came to my very first school board meeting and I asked about safety, it was because my daughter started school the fall after August 12th. The first pictures I got of her in the classroom were her in a closet on lockdown because they were sending us communications about, what's going on during the day. There were police officers at the elementary school. There was a threat. I didn't hear anything about the threat. I got no communications. I only found out it was resolved because I called CBS News and said, you all were reporting on this story. What happened? And they said, oh, they confirmed that it was an out-of-state threat. So the danger is no longer present because people can't drive across state lines. So the communication model that you are building is different because we are living in a different time. And we're dealing with issues of FERPA and students' personal information. We are limited in the amount of information that we can give to the public. And although it frustrates some people, I would hope they would appreciate it because that means that we're protecting all students' data, all of their personal information. But I'm on a rant. I just wanted to say that, thank you, but you are one person, this is one division and one administration. You can't fix all the community problems in this building in the hours of the school day. And if the community thinks that this will solve all the problems, we will be back here in however long, the cycle goes. I appreciate you. I have faith in you. Contrary to any notes that are sent and anything's written on Post-its during listening sessions, I trust you completely with the safety of my children who are in the school system. And I thank you for your service.
Thank you. Dr. Kraft?
Yeah. Gosh. And I also thank you. And I just think it takes a lot to, take in what you've taken in from this community and to really tell us sort of what a reset really means. And I believe that you really mean it on all levels. You did say, Charlottesville is a tale of two cities, at least two cities. And they do meet here. I mean, my kids went here, a while ago. Some of these things were happening then, but I think it's also different now. I think things in our whole country are different now. There's a different feel. There's a different level of, animosity and polarization. And there's so many, dynamics that I think our kids, all the high school kids from the city come here and they bring it all with them. There are just so many things. There's social media. There's just a lot of things that are making their lives really traumatic and difficult. So yes, this place needs to be a holding place for them all. They need to be loved. They need to be taught. And they need to be kept safe, all of these things together. And it's a really tough thing to do. I'm really glad you mentioned systems. That's kind of, not a very sexy word to say, but I think the other things, the relationships, the culture, the climate can only be successful when there are systems in place that everybody understands and that are communicated clearly and that are applied consistently. And I think with that baseline, we can do the other work that we need to do, and the teachers, will feel like, they're being taken care of as well. And I could go on and on. I would say I'm sad to be, going off the board in the midst of this, but I'm not leaving the community, and I would love to be a part of helping you shape your vision for how you want this to be, and recognizing the depth of the issues that everybody is bringing to you in this school and in this division. And I applaud you. You've started this, You started something that I think is very meaningful, and I think it is going to be successful. I'm sure of it.
Thank you, Dr. Kraft. Ms. Morales? Ms. Torres? Had another, Ms. Torres had another, yes. Mhm.
So I feel like I need to make a statement and also express my full support of you always. And to be able to say confidently and clearly, you know, that the board and you together have worked really, really hard. The board through our decisions and through budget and direction to you on our priorities to support our students. And I know that we will continue to do that. There's some statements that were made during public comment by different people, and they were said probably in a different context, but they meant something to me. So I'm going to repeat some of those, but and try and pull them together a little bit on what and how I feel like they struck me and spoke to my heart. So there was a comment about how deep this problem is, and I think it was in relation to the violence and not understanding that, but what that meant to me was how deep this problem is within the community, and does everybody understand the depth and the history within the community, and then what that might or how that might translate within the school building. You know, the depth of the problem, in my opinion, of systemic racism and what we're seeing and how we see it play out is something that, you know, we've heard talked about since 2017. It kind of sparked conversations. I mean, we as a board worked really hard and continue to be very passionate and dedicated to the equity policy that we put in place. And the equity policy is something that we talk about, and that's ongoing work. I mean, that is not something that's put in place and then we're done with it. This is work that has to continue. This is an action that we as a board can uphold through our decisions, through budget, but also through the community. This work has to continue. And if anything, there were people standing up, you know, waving the equity flag. And I have to say, are you showing up, and do you feel the same way today that you did several years ago? And I'd have to say no. I mean, I'd have to say that's the work that's dwindled, or the energy that's dwindled, and the voices that have dwindled. And as somebody else said, we need to show up here and continue to do the work. That lost momentum, lose momentum, you know, that's what Charlottesville does. Well, I'm not going to allow that to happen on my watch. And I don't think this board will, and I know that you haven't. And I know that we've got a great team, and I know that we, as a board, and for the sake of the community, I have to tell you, and I hope I'm not offending any other board members here, the hardest part of this work that I've done for the last 6 years is to sit through those disciplinary committee meetings. I mean, it is gut-wrenching, and it sucks my soul. I am totally depleted, and we work and have worked so hard to uphold the student rights and responsibilities, but we show up in those meetings and we work, and we have worked for hours with a single case and family to try and see what they want, what their goals are, how we can support them. And that's the work that we do. And that's the work that this community needs to do in whatever way you can do it. But everybody asks, and I'm making the statement, that's the work that we do behind those closed doors. And that's the work that I am committed to doing. And that's the work that I know Dr. Gurley and his team is committed to doing. And we have charged him since day one. And we have been saying, We need more options to support these students. And that's what we are seeing come to fruition right now. And I continue to support you in that, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Ms. Turner.
As a student who goes to CHS and who like experienced what happened in November, I was actually on a field trip. I was out of state, actually, North Carolina, when everything happened. So when, got the news and stuff, actually I was on the way to the bus, but I didn't really know how to feel because I've never been through anything like this before, and it's only my second year at the high school, so it just it was kind of odd. But I just hope that in the years to come, and even after I leave CHS and when I graduate, that the school will still have the support that it needs, and that's the support that it. Sorry, I look at the support that it needs, the support that it deserves, and because every child has a right to an education, every child has a right to learn, every child has the right to be able to graduate high school and to see their dreams and their goals to fruition. And something like this shouldn't hold us up and shouldn't stop us. And so yeah, that's it. Just thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Gurley, I do appreciate, and I'm not going to do a long speech. I'll do my farewell speech at the end. I do appreciate you sharing with us your thoughts and your vision as to how we reset and move forward. I remember sitting in on a workshop, and the thing that I remembered most about that workshop, the young lady said, there are two things that students are going to do when they come to school. They either are going to unpack all of that stuff that's going on in their communities and leave it at the door, or they're going to leave it at the door, or they're just going to bring it in with them. They're going to unpack. And that was very, very, it was a powerful statement, because a lot of students do bring what is happening in our community into this building and into all schools. Others are able to regulate it more so than others. And I, as a teacher for over 40 years, 29 of those years in the Charleston City Schools, working most at the middle school level, I saw and worked with all types of students. We've had these issues before. Pairing, the racial unrest in the late 1960s. But somehow we were able to overcome, reset, and move forward. This is another one of those challenges. I know and have worked with many of these teachers at Charlottesville High School. They work diligently to ensure that all students have a fair shake. And I do agree with Ms. Torres. We sat in those meetings for hours, all of us, trying to figure out in those discipline hearings, trying to figure out how we're going to wrap around services for these students. None of us are saying that we know that they have broken the rules and that they have to be disciplined for their behavior. But also on the same breath, we also have to understand we just can't throw these kids away. And so we have programs and mechanisms in place to ensure that these students are going to be successful. And so I admire you for standing there and telling us what your vision is moving forward. And I think the community needs to understand that this is a challenge that is not only unique to Charlottesville, but it's nationwide. But we here in Charlottesville City Schools, we are committed as a board, even though most of us are going off, we're committed to ensuring that all students, regardless of what side of the tracks you live on, will leave here with a diploma and with a graduation plan in place. That is extremely important. So I do thank you for that.
Thank you.
We now have Ms. Hoover. Who's going to give us a recap fiscal year-end budget update.
Good evening again. Tonight, I'm going to give you a recap of our fiscal June 30th, 2023 year. The first slide shows you what our beginning balance was for the beginning of fiscal year 2023. We started the year with $2,301,000. We had a good year this year, contributing to our ESSER reimbursement funds. We increased our fund balance by $4,522,395. And so we ended with increasing our fund balance to $6,823,823. And as you know, at the October school board meeting, we authorized, or the school board authorized to disperse to the city for designating for the preschool project $1.5 million. So once we subtract that off, we have an adjusted fund balance of $5,323,823. Per the gain share agreement, we sent to the city a check for $4,422,395. And the city, per their CIP meetings in March, will apply this to the school construction projects. No. Our gain share agreement is schools keep the first 100,000, and anything after that, we share 50-50. So no, there's not a typo there. The next slide shows what our spend down of ESSER funds through June 30th of 2023. These are the 3 grants that we still have left to spend through September 30th of 2024. We drew down off the ESSER 3 funding the $6,739,276. And we use for reimbursement on that our substitute teachers, our IAs, and the extra duty stipends that we paid, and care and safety assistance. So you may ask, how did we get here? How were we able to remit $4.4 million to the city in gain share? And how were we able to draw down in reimbursement of ESSER 3 funding? Well, we were fortunate, and our city gave us an increase in our annual appropriation of $4 million for 23 and 24. And this allowed us to maintain the services that we placed in the budget using the ESSER funding, and then use the funds to reimburse us for technology and personnel. And so this is the funding strategy that we used, and it gave us higher than typical gain share support for the CIP projects that we intended. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the board? Starting to my left. To the right. All right. Thank you, Ms. Hoover. Thank you for that. And you had the budget update for 2025.
Remember, it's one-time money, okay? All right, the next presentation is our budget priorities for the fiscal year 2025 budget development. The budget process is a collaborative approach with our stakeholders. The superintendent will put forth a needs-based budget. And a part of that collaborative approach is working with the school boards on setting the priorities for the FY25 budget. So at our October 29th budget work session, we heard the school board tell us that they want us to focus on student achievement in the areas of literacy, alternative pathways, academic learning. We want to continue our building modernization. We want to continue to enhance K-Tech with our acquisition this coming fiscal year. We want to exceed our compensation and benefits. We want to continue to support and recruit our teachers and staff. And we definitely want to focus on our safety and security. And this slide just shows you how those budget priorities align to our strategic plan and priorities. So as we go forward, the key dates that we're looking at is next Thursday. The governor will introduce his state budget. And that proposed budget is what we will use for our revenues. And so at our January 4th meeting, I will bring back that information to you. And then we will go forth in January 18th with recommendations and changes for the from the FY24 budget to FY25. Are there any questions?
Any questions, board members to the right? To the left?
Oh, I've got a
Oh,
comment.
Ms.
Yeah,
Dooley.
so I know that we talk about this being a needs-based budget. And as we're putting together our budget, I don't want it to just be needs-based. You know, we've got some revenue. The city just had announced yesterday, I think $21 million of additional revenue that they found, or not found, but they have at the end of the last fiscal year. You know, we're seeing the needs that we have, and to address the needs and fully support our students costs money. And so I don't want us to go to the city feeling ashamed or embarrassed to be making a big ask, because the city and the community is making a really big ask of the schools and what we are being tasked with. And so, you know, I can only speak for myself, but as we're formulating this budget, I would hope that, you know, I know for so many of the past years, I guess, when I've just the last two on the board, you know, we had the thermometer and we were trying to bring our costs down to get the middle school reconfiguration, you know, financed and approved, but gosh, it shouldn't be this hard. You know, this should not be such a fight every single year to the city. And so, you know, to the parents and community members that are here, some of whom have left, you know, ask you to please bring the same energy to city council. They meet on the 18th, you know, just to please partner with us in funding these needs.
I will just say, when I say a needs-based, that's what the Code of Virginia says. And we will do all of our best to take all of our needs and then some to the city.
Absolutely. Mhm. Anyone else? All right, thank you, Ms. Hoover.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is board responses to written reports, school board member committee reports, and the outcome of the student disciplinary matters of December 4th, 5th, and 6th have been recorded and submitted and duly noted. Our next item on the agenda is comments from the community. I guess, do you have something?
We can do it after comments.
We're doing after comments, after comments. So, Mr. Cuomo, do we have anybody in the Zoom room at this time?
I did have somebody with their hand raised from a while ago, so I will call that person is Ariel Bruner. Ariel, if you're still looking to speak, I've promoted you up for speaking for 3 minutes, and you can unmute at this time, and the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hello. My name is Ariel Bruner, and I live at 293 Tennis Drive. I am a third grade teacher at Clark Elementary School in the city. And I just want to first express my support for Charlottesville City Schools, especially in the high school as well. As a teacher, we see the struggles that the high school teachers are going through, and also what the families are going through and what the students are going through there. So I empathize for you, and I understand. But something that I feel like I need to speak on, because I feel like it's not that it's being beat around the bush, but I feel that from some of the comments that are being made of decades of neglect, and we knew that some of these things were happening in the high school, so we should have acted sooner. Some of these things are happening and are still happening in our elementary schools. I, daily hear number of admin support calls from classrooms in my school asking for admin support because it's an unsafe environment, because students are getting escalated and getting into the red zone. I've had to personally make a parent square post about Snapchat groups with students in my class body shaming each other and making comments about their family dynamics. And I just hope that with what we are seeing in the high school, that we understand that there is a huge need, not just in the high school, but there is a huge need in our elementary schools for the social emotional support and the mental support for our families and for our children. We have an incredible social emotional counselor who is not just working as that, but also a guidance counselor, also a social worker for our families. And she's getting burnt out, and she is one person, and we are a high needs school. And so I just think that we need to be looking at our elementary schools and the needs that are there just as much as we are in our high school. And specifically thinking about when hiring people, I think that we need to be careful in the comments of hiring bodies to place them in buildings. I understand that a body is needed, more eyes on students, keep them safer. However, I think that if that is kind of the mentality that we need to go to, those bodies that we are hiring need to be put in schools that do not have as high of needs for social, emotional, and mental and behavioral needs from students. I feel that I attended the PL for the equity-based listening session, the last PL that we had, and I expressed concerns of the underqualified and inexperienced people that have been being put and hired into buildings that have extremely high needs for students, specifically Clark as well. So just please don't forget about the elementary schools, and we can stop this earlier than waiting until they get into the high school. So thank you, and Dr. Gurley, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Is anyone else in the Zoom room, Mr. Como? Okay, sir, please come forth and give us your name. You have 3 minutes to speak.
I am James Burnett, a CHS parent and a resident of Yorktown Drive. My thanks to the board and to Dr. Gurley for your transparency today and in the online FAQ. I, as a parent, appreciate your taking responsibility. There's a lot of challenges, obviously, that the whole school division deals with. It seems to me that in the responsibilities of the superintendent are to ensure effective leadership by those in charge of the individual schools in meeting those challenges. You can't do it all, but there are things under your purview. So I appreciate your taking responsibility. As a parent, I would like to ask the board to pursue an independent report of how we got to this point. I think there are a lot of things that will continue to be disputed online and will be the subject of speculation that the division will benefit from having clear, objective, external answers on. Things like hiring practices, things like what happened in the last principal search, division support for principals, questions I can't even begin to ask, but I think are out there. We haven't maybe fully addressed and can't address without an objective, independent report. I would also ask the board if it's in its purview to ask for and to share with parents or something this is maybe the superintendent's office can do, but very specific and transparent updates on the principal search, the geographic scope of that search, whether there are resources for a search firm, whether that's a good or bad idea, how many candidates are applying. It seems like one of the most important things that the division will do is to find a next great leader of Charlottesville High School. And so keeping parents, the whole community in the loop on that search, I think would be a great move. Thank you all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to come forth?
Good evening again. Have several thoughts. First, I want to talk about the adverse childhood experiences. And what that study showed was that, which was done middle-class white community, is that people in America experience trauma. And we often look at Black kids as if they're the only ones or there's something wrong with them for having these experiences. But we know that people experience them across the board. So as you create policies, think about that and think about what has been lacking in Charlottesville is the consistent, inconsistent responses. As a member of City Council, we charged forward with creating programs, but there was always a debate about it instead of fully funding it. And when you talk about having worked on things for years and decades, lives are getting lost in those years and decades. It was good to hear about night school for the first time because I've heard several things and I was concerned. This sounds promising. As one of the first employees of the City of Promise, what came out of the creation of that, which was supposed to be a citywide effort that has been one of those things that have been stagnant, is that our kids were not being educated in the way that would lead to brighter futures for a lot of reasons, and we've all talked about those reasons. But we went up to Harlem Children's Zone. We saw the work that they were doing there. We saw the leadership take full control of everyone that had access to their kids and to the stories that were told about their students. When we came back from that trip, it was decided by 3 people whose kids would not be impacted in the way that kids that we're talking about today decided that that wasn't the direction that we are going to go. I think you have the opportunity to do something amazing. A lot of people talk about whether segregating again, is the goal, but integration hasn't worked the way that we imagined that it would work. If you have dedicated and committed people that can finally bring justice to Black people in this community and other people who are struggling, but I'm speaking specifically for the people who've struggled the longest in this community, that is going to take major funding, more than even the $21 million that is on the surplus budget from the city. But I can tell you the nonprofit industrial complex in Charlottesville is hundreds of millions of dollars. And that money needs to be targeted, not just given off the backs of Black and brown people, but targeted in a way that actually moves this community forward in the way that some of us have imagined that it can truly be. So there's an opportunity for the school board and the city and the nonprofit community to really wrap their head around this and support this endeavor. The last thing I'll say is that I am concerned about the time for night school, but I also know that I have people who have homeschooled before, and so I know that the time that students are in school is not necessarily how much time they need for proper instruction. But I will say one of the things that people love who love Charlottesville City Schools is the arts, and that we need more than the basics when we're talking about educating our kids to figure out. I have a child who's not a math English, he's a musician. And so all of our kids need access to that robust curriculum to figure out what sparks them. I like to say that they may not go to college, but if they choose to, they should be able to. And it may not be English and math that gets their attention. So maybe use some of those community resources to start their day a little earlier. I know the research says that our high school students, all of them should be starting school later. anyway, but I don't think it's 3:45 late. So maybe there are some community resources that can be included to start their day a little earlier until they go to Lugo. But it sounds great, and that we should fund the expansion of that, because it could be for the first time since integration that things may actually shift and work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Mr. Myers?
Chris Meyer, 124 Oak Lawn Court. I'd like to start by thanking the retiring school board members. I think 4 years was a long 4 years. You served during COVID, probably the crisis of our generation in some way, and there's a lot of other challenges in the world, but you helped guide the ship through that time, and thank you for that. And I think, unfortunately, right, we're seeing the impacts of that on our children, and again, trying to work through some of those problems now. I want to thank Dr. Gurley for your remarks. Yeah, I don't think you are entirely responsible for everything that happened. There's a lot of stuff that, again, as we all noted, brings in. But I appreciate that. I think you identified some of the problems that you can do better on in the future, and have a plan for that. What I hope to see at the next board meeting is a budget that reflects that plan, and that we can then go and adequately fund. And then we'll hold you accountable to, again, if we give you all those resources. But I do think we need to know what financial resources we need to, again, adequately address a lot of the challenges that you've identified. So thank you, and enjoy the rest of your, well, for those of you retiring, congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Is anyone else here that would like to speak? Okay, thank you. We'll close community matters or community speakers at this time, and we'll have Ms. Chubb for farewell comments.
Thank you again. Tonight, we are saying farewell to 4 of our school board members. And I think Dr. Kraft sort of acknowledged well that this is kind of it's a difficult time to be saying goodbye. And yet it feels in some ways like a very appropriate window for the community to see the work, the challenge, the dedication you all have, not only in good times, but in challenging times. And so we appreciate your hard work during all of those times over all of those years. We know, and again, Dr. Kraft mentioned this too, that you may not feel like you want to leave right now, and we are utterly confident that each of you will remain active and engaged with our schools as watchful eyes, as wise counsel, as cheerleaders, all of those things. And we are just glad to know that you will still be walking alongside us. So in order of shortest to longest service to our schools, I would like to thank Ms. LaShundra Bryson Morsberger for 4 years of service. Dr. Sherry Kraft for 8 years of service. Ms. Jennifer McKeever for 12 years, including her service as board chair. And some of you may have thought I made a little mistake by skipping over someone who's only been on the board for 6 years, but our chair, Mr. James Bryant's 6 years of board service is eclipsed by his decades of service as an employee in our schools. So I want to thank you all.
Thank you, Beth. Okay, moving right along. We now have comments from the board. Ms. Turner, you up?
Good evening, school board, Dr. Gurley. So, this is also the last time that I will be here, the student rep, this last board meeting that I have to go to. So let's just get right into it. I have some farewell words of my own, but we're not there yet. So some positive things going around in the school. The snack bar just like, I actually don't really buy stuff from the snack bar, but a couple of my peers told me that like they really like that you have a snack bar, they can get ice cream and stuff like that. Next up, clubs and sports. Shout out to the Key Club and the Spanish Club. I am a part of both. Ms. Hodges and Senor Erickson, two of my favorite teachers. Just great clubs. And sports, shout out to the cross country team for an amazing season, and the indoor track team for their meet that happened 2 days ago. I know they did great. So go sports. And more like in building stuff. Some of my peers told me that having the volunteers and building volunteers were very nice, very active. There are not as many students in the halls, and there were not as many people in the bathrooms as well. So for things that we could improve upon, communication and organization were the two biggest things. So first off, I would like to thank Dr. Odie, just school board members. I'm very grateful that I was able to have this experience to work alongside you all. I'd like to thank my parents, my mom, my dad over there, for allowing me to be here on these nights and to give my feedback to you all. I would also like to thank Mr. Pitt, who is the reason why I'm here, because he recommended me for this. He had asked my dad, he was like, would you be able to? And I was like, of course. I am just so grateful. I'm really finding it hard to express how grateful I am, but just thank you all for being so nice and so welcoming. And for the school board members who are retiring, thank you so much for your tireless and countless hours of work and service to the schools, to the community. Just thank you so much. And thank you all. I'm forever grateful, and I will try to stay as active as I can. Just thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner, for your willingness to serve. Ms. Torres.
Yes, grateful for you and look forward to watching you the next couple of years. And we hope to see you here and hear more from you. So we value you and your voice and the work that you've done to reach out to your peers. So thank you for that. Fellow board members. So I have to say, it's been a journey. And for those of you, as we've already kind of recapped, just the last 4 years has been, whew. But I do want to say that Charlottesville as a community, Charlottesville City and Charlottesville City schools are just really lucky to have all 4 of you. How you've made an impact through your work, through your voice, your opinions, your heart statements. And I am grateful. You have not only made an impact on policy and what goes on for the schools, but you've made me a better person, and I appreciate each and every one of you. So thank you.
Dr. Kraft.
Oh, wow. Well, I've been looking out at all these glazed faces. We've been here for hours and hours and hours. And so I'm going to be really brief. It does feel like a very weird time to be stepping off. And, both just for things we all know are going on. And as Ms. Torres mentioned, some of these meetings with families and students that we've had a lot of, and that are, they're really difficult. And you see what the rawness of what people are dealing with, and that is really hard. And I want to go hug and fix everybody and make them all happy and successful, but it's not that easy. So I wrote down 3 words, and that's it. And first one is gratitude. And I feel a very deep sense of gratitude just to have had this opportunity to be involved in such important work. So I just want to say that it's just, I can't think of more important work. And I appreciate, being able to be at this table and be a part of it. So I do feel I feel a very strong sense of that. My second word is humility. And I feel like I have learned so much. And you come in here, I've had all this experience, I'm old and I've done all these things. And so you come in thinking, oh, I have all this to offer. And what I've learned is that basically that there is so much more that I didn't know and that I've learned just from being here and just from getting to know our school division and our students and our staff. And I just hope that I will continue to learn and to feel that sense of humility. It's just, things are big and, you hope that you've contributed something. I hope I have, but I think that I've learned even more. And anyway, that's really important. And then finally, my third word is admiration. And for the people who are here, for all you glazed eyed people on the staff, the board, all of you guys, I just think you're amazing for the work that you do, for the people that you are. And I feel very privileged to have been able to get to know you and work with you, and your sense of commitment and your competence. People out there just don't know all the work that happens and just how good you guys are at what you do. It's just kind of like, wow, how do they do all that? And I just admire you very much. And to me, you're all superheroes. So I thank you for that. And it's been great. And I know the board will go forward with our new people and we'll continue to do the work. And then maybe I can come to public comment and stand up there. That'll be really fun. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kraft. Ms. Morseberger?
I just want to take a quick moment. I'm a little bit off the cuff here because I had a very different closing comments lined up, but you all got the gist of how I was feeling when we provided comments earlier, so I don't need to reiterate that. But what I will say is that the being on the board, running for the board, serving this time it's just been, it's hard, but it's been a lovely experience. And you have 7 people working together along with the superintendent and the administration. And I can genuinely say everyone on this board and the past board members we've served with, we've all wanted what's best for the children and best for the division. And, we've had lots of disagreements and fights about how we get there, but that's always been the guiding light. And so I just want to say I appreciate everyone. I appreciate our disagreements. I appreciate our fights. I appreciate your perspectives. I want to thank Dr. Gurley for accepting this position and coming to lead this division. I want to thank Julia and Leslie for always keeping me on track. And when I call them and say, I don't know where I'm going, where's the meeting? I appreciate you guys. And to the staff and administration, you all do amazing work. You do heavy lifts for the amount that is going on in this school division. I don't know how you all do it and how you all carry it all. And I've learned from you and I appreciate you and I wish you the best of success and luck. And to Beth Chuck, I've learned from Beth Chuck, if she's listening or in the room, to always be the coolest head, most level-headed person in the room, because I have a tendency to come in hot in defense of people that I know who are doing their very best and don't deserve what is coming toward them. But she has always been an example that I can follow. So I thank you very, very much for that. And I wish all the new board members the best of luck. And although this is our last board meeting and my time is coming to an end, I believe that Mr. Bryant is going to show me the ropes of monitoring the cafeteria here at the high school a day or two a week. So we'll still be around, but thank you everyone for all that you do. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris Perkins. Mr. Morris.
Last Friday, I attended the morning meeting at Venable. Yeah, and you know, even though I've been in education for what, 12 years or so now, I was reminded of something that we all need regardless of our age. Recognition. To see the smiles on their young faces when their names were called for their birthdays, when they were called for their groups and their grades, to just be recognized is very important, regardless of what age we are. The second thing was movement. Movement. When we think about early education, we always want to ensure that young people have an opportunity to move, and sometimes that gets lost. And I'm speaking as a person that's in the classroom today. Movement is very important for all of us. And then lastly is community. We've heard a lot about community in regards to our discipline and safety, but really being able to enjoy each other's energy and our vibe and being able to communicate and have some disagreement, but we really do enjoy each other. I want to keep those three things in mind as we transition into a new board. Over the last 2.5 years or so, we will essentially have almost an entirely new board except for one member. You have a new superintendent. There's a great opportunity for change in bold action. I think we are moving that way, but I think, and maybe what you might have been alluding to, Ms. Dooley, in terms of the budget, is being bolder in some of our asks and being bolder in some of our approaches. Some of the data that has been released and we've talked about in some different forms is referring to national data. 2 years on the board, I think there are too many times where we are in alignment with national data. And I want us to break the trend. I want us to be bold in creating the new model that other people look up to. I think it's important for us to understand that, generally speaking, people see public education as a sinking ship. I don't want us patching holes. I want us building a new ship.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Ms. Dooley.
I mostly just want to express my gratitude to my 4 colleagues who are cycling off the board. I have learned so much from you, and I'm really appreciative of your work for our schools and our community. I think, you know, like so many times in life, when you're really in the trenches and struggling with tough situations, you know, you really have an opportunity to come together. And I think we've done that, especially here over the last several weeks. But we are working in a system and it's a process and the work's ongoing. So I'm also looking forward to working with our new colleagues that are coming on board to continue all of these efforts and all of the work that you 4 have started.
Thank you, Ms. Dooley. Ms. McKeever.
Hey, y'all. I'm super excited. I texted Sarah and she said she wasn't even born when I started this. So there was like a shower we had that back when she was born, or right before she was born. And now she's going to be 10 on January 1st. So very exciting. But I said, hey, I'm at my last school board meeting, and she was very excited because now I get to spend more time with her. So that's exciting. But we were at the All City Band concert last night. So that was so fun. I just really excited that I still get to be part of and continue to, you know, just be smack in the middle of all this city school stuff. I just, you know, being a mom of 4 children, basically, who, you know, they were basically, well, they were a little bit younger when I was here, started here, my time here, and I'm just feel really privileged that I still get to be here and see kind of the work continue. I just also want to caution people that perception is not reality 100% of the time. I just don't want, I think Charlottesville's a pretty smart place, but sometimes I'm just always stunned that people think that nothing, that what is being said is what's true. And I just really caution you. And if you have questions, I would just call the superintendent, call the board chair, call your school board member, or send an email. I mean, it's just a lot we're happy to talk about. We cannot talk about it in a group setting. We cannot talk about it in writing. There's a lot of things that we're not going to talk to you about, that we don't want it to end up on the front page. But and we're not going to talk about things that are personnel or student, related to individual students, but we really have a lot going on here and we're happy to talk to you about it. And there's a lot of things that we're working on, like the October 19th work session we talked about security updates. So we're just always working on things. And I think you'd be surprised to know that the discipline meetings that we had last year really kind of where we asked a lot of hard questions of Dr. Gurley and asked him to come up with new things. And that's where these things are coming from. This is not something that happened overnight. Night school did not happen last week. This has been happening for 9 months. This is something that, and I just really encourage you to think deeply and critically, like we have asked Dr. Gurley and his team to do since he's come here, because these are the issues that we have been talking about and talking about and talking about, and the foundation has been laid. And so, yeah, the perception is not the reality. And I just encourage you to keep asking the questions. And if you have ideas, and just like Ms. Harris said, bring a solution, because we're happy to talk about it with you. We don't have all the solutions. I always like to say, I'm wrong a lot. And I'm happy to be wrong, because that means we're trying. And just like I want our students to try, I want failure works too, because that means you've tried. And I just really want people to understand that this division is trying and we're open, and the communication, is two-way street. And we are here, that we've always been very open. I know that the future school board is really open as well. The pieces are in place, and Dr. G I'm just real proud that an iteration of this school board hired him. And I'm going to miss this time, but I'm also so excited for the future and what that opportunity holds for me. So good luck to all of you. And I'm sure everybody will miss my diatribes about foreign language and algebra and reconfiguration, but I'm sure somebody else's passions will come forward. So thank you very much for listening for the past 12 years. And student reps, thank you. That was a huge addition to our school boards during this time, and it's been a really great thing. So thank you all.
Well, last but not least, as I close this chapter, I want to first thank my late father and my late mother, who did not have the opportunity to get an education, but they instilled the value of education in all 7 of us. I have had an amazing career. 46 years of working with children, both K-12 and higher education. That's a long time. But you know what? I enjoyed every minute of it. 5 years, I think it's 5 years and 8 months on the school board because I came in the middle in April on my birthday. I was yeah. But anyway, I could not have done anything differently but work with children. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't give kudos to Albemarle County because I also worked in the county as a high school counselor as well. And they were amazing. They embraced me. A lot of the same people who worked in the city when I started out was working in the county. So we go back and forth with each other. Who knew that a kid from the projects would be sitting in this chair? I never knew in a million years, dreamed in a million years that I would be sitting in this chair when I started my career early on as a substitute teacher and a homebound teacher because people were holding on and clenching to those jobs. And it was a fight to get in the door to get an interview back in the late 70s. My late godfather, the Reverend Henry Mitchell, sat in this chair as chair of this board during those turbulent times, the 1960s at Lane High School of racial unrest. I have a lot to be grateful for. I had that extended family. I had the church. I had great mentors. And I taught wonderful kids, amazing kids during my career, both at the middle school and high school, and also I counseled, of course, at the high school level. But it has been an amazing ride. And then I retired and thought I was going to go out into the sunset. Then I was called for service. And I answered that call, and here I am. The prior board members who were present when I came on board, they all embraced me, Dr. Atkins, everybody, the current board members that you see here. Yes, we've had our little tit for tat and ups and downs, but that's what we all don't think alike. We all bring our own passions to the board. That's what makes us unique. But I can say that I have been truly blessed in my career. And the highlight, we talked a lot about children tonight, and I want to say to the young people tonight, when you walk in the doors, you're here to learn, to share your talents. The teachers are waiting with open arms to embrace you, to encourage you, to educate you, so that you can become productive citizens in wherever community you decide to live. But I think when I think about the highlights in the short time I've been on the board, I think about reconfiguration, how they kicked the can down the road, and we finally, with the help of the community, the parents, and the school board, we got that thing done. And those kids are going to benefit from that new school, Charlottesville Middle School in 2026. And also the preschool. Can't forget about the little ones because that's the foundation at Walker. And then here walks in Dr. Gurley. And Lisa led that charge and rallied the troops, and the rest of the board, and the rest is history. Dr. Gurley, we are honored and proud to have you here at Charlottesville City Schools. I have seen and have witnessed history. This is historical. What we were like 50 years ago and what we are like now, it's a dream come true. I'm proud of you. You're smart, you're compassionate, and you're caring. You have all of those attributes that are going to continuously take you further in your career. This is just the beginning. And to the new board members coming on, we're leaving you a legacy. And I'm sure you're going to step up and be the board that we have been, and even more. We're not asking you to be like us, because you're going to bring your own thoughts and attributes to this board. But Dr. Gurley is the right person for this position. And I want to thank the community, because you are with us. You encourage us, even though sometimes things are not going in the right direction, but you're here. You're supportive of this board. And I can say, Charlottesville City Schools and the students and the teachers that work in this school system are top notch. I've worked with many of them, and I know firsthand. And Lord help our staff members, how do you all do it? You work behind the scenes quietly, going about doing your business or being about the business. And our clerks, thank you, ladies, because you two keep us in track. Be here, be there. You all are amazing, and we are blessed to have you. So to my fellow board members, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much. And for those of us who are going off into the sunset, that's just the sun. We're just going to go off in the sunset. We still will be here to do whatever we can to continue to make Charlottesville the best school system in the state. So thank you so much. Dr. Gurley.
I definitely won't be before you that long. I just want to say to our to our community, I just thank you all for the emails. I thank you for the concern. I think every conversation makes us better, and I think that those differences and having the diversity of thought is what makes Charlottesville. And so I just appreciate that that we are going to continue to rise. I think I've had a lot of conversations with our teachers lately, and I say all the time, smart people can work anywhere. I'm so very appreciative of our teachers and our staff for choosing Charlottesville City Schools. It's about our children. They're showing up for our children, for our families, and we're going to continue to make this a place where people want to be. And I think that's because not only are we going to continue to listen to them, but we are going to continue to support them. And so I'm very appreciative of you all. And then lastly, I am so thankful for the people sitting here. Ms. Turner, I appreciate your voice and pushing me and nudging me on behalf of your student colleagues. And to our board members that are returning, board members that are returning, I'm looking forward to continuing to trailblaze with you all. But our retiring board members, I am so very appreciative of all of you all. Some of the first faces I saw here in Charlottesville City Schools. And so I will definitely miss you. I will definitely miss the nudging me and giving me the green light to just lead. And I'm so very appreciative of that. And I'm still only a phone call away. Thank you all. Have a good one.
Thank you, Dr. Gurley. Well, Ms. Swift, you're up with work session wrap up. Ooh.
So there were a couple requests. One, to consider future opportunities for more embedded courses. And then to create our grading policy to present that prior to the grading scale changes proposed in the program of study. So we will work on that and present that to you all. And then just those of you leaving, thank you so much for your service. And everyone on the board, thank you. And Dr. Gurley, thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Ms. Swift. And before I get into announcements of future meetings, again, thank you, Ms. Turner, for your valuable service. We love you to death. Thank you so much. All right, new board members, are you listening? Here it goes. January 4th, 2024, you will have your first school board meeting here at the Booker T. Reeves Media Center. January 10th, you will have a joint work session with the City Council at 5 o'clock at Walker Upper Elementary School. January 28th, school board budget work session, presentation of the superintendent's recommended changes to the FY 2025 budget at 5 o'clock at Walker on January 18th. February 1st, school board meeting, 5 o'clock here in the Media Center. February the 7th, you have a joint work session with City Council again at 5 o'clock at Walker. February 15th, you'll have another joint work session at 5 o'clock at Walker. Yes, February 22nd, the Charlottesville City School Board meeting, you will be the approval of the superintendent proposed budget, 5 o'clock here at Charlottesville High School. Good luck and congratulations, new board members. We love you. Without any further ado, do we have a motion to adjourn? All in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned.